Selamat datang di Universitas Serambi Mekkah. Menjadi universitas yang unggul, inovatif, dan berintegritas dalam bidang tridharma perguruan tinggi di tingkat nasional dan internasional. Universitas Serambi Mekkah yang disingkat USM yang bernaung di bawah Yayasan Pembangunan Serambi Mekkah atau YPSM didirikan pada tanggal 21 Maret 1984 oleh salah seorang pendiri negara Republik Indonesia, Dr. Mr. Haji Teku Muhammad Hasan yang tertuang dalam Akta Notaris nomor 76 tahun 1984 dengan izin operasional nomor 180-SK.PPS-KOP-1985 tanggal 18 Juli 1985. Dengan surat keputusan Menteri Pendidikan dan Kebudayaan Republik Indonesia nomor 0430-O/1987 tanggal 23 Juli 1987. PTSM memperoleh status terdaftar.
Universitas Serambi Mekkah merupakan salah satu universitas swasta yang beroperasional di bawah koordinator LL Dikti Wilayah 13 Aceh yang diselenggarakan oleh Yayasan Pembangunan Serambi Mekkah atau YPSM.
Sejak tahun 2000 hampir seluruh program studi yang ada di lingkungan PTSM memperoleh status terakreditasi BAN PT.
Ketika pertama kali didirikan tahun 1985 dipimpin oleh Dr. Mr. Teku Haji Muhammad Hasan sampai dengan tahun 1997 setelah beliau wafat. YPSM dipimpin oleh putri beliau yaitu Pocut Hajah Kemalawati sampai dengan tahun 2004.
Tahun 2004 sampai 2014, kepemimpinan YPSM dimotori oleh Ayahanda Hati Sulaiman Syah, anak menantu dari almarhum Dr. Mr. Hati Muhammad Hasan. Tahun 2014 sampai dengan saat ini, YPSM dipimpin Insinyur Teku Iskandar Syah, anak dari Ayahanda Hati Sulaiman Syah. Di bawah kepemimpinan beliau, YPSM dan Universitas Serambi Mekkah terus mengalami perkembangan yang signifikan, baik dilihat dari kualitas maupun kuantitas. Tahun 2002, Universitas Serambi Mekkah terus melakukan pengembangan dan merespons kebutuhan nyata masyarakat Aceh dengan mengubah PTSM menjadi Universitas Serambi Mekkah atau USM. Berdasarkan surat keputusan Mendiknas nomor 250-D-0-2002 tanggal 30 Oktober 2002.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Tiara Haryanti, saya berasal dari Kota Banda Aceh, saya berkuliah di Universitas Serambi Mekkah pada jurusan FKIP PGSD. Alasan saya memilih kampus Universitas Serambi Mekkah dikarenakan akreditasinya juga tidak kalah jauh dengan universitas negeri. Sistem belajar mengajar di Universitas Serambi Mekkah sangatlah baik dikarenakan dosennya selalu memasuki jam mata kuliah itu sangat tepat.
Dengan dosen tetap saat ini berjumlah 263 orang, dosen kopertis atau DPK 24 orang, dan dosen tetap yayasan 239 orang. 81% telah memiliki kualifikasi pendidikan S2, 11% telah memiliki kualifikasi S3, 9% sedang menempuh S3 baik di dalam maupun luar negeri.
Rencana yang dilakukan pengembangan kampus ke depan agar tercapai visi dan misi ini untuk selanjutnya, bahwa dalam kiprahnya kita lihat strategi ya, lompatan jangka panjang untuk 15 tahun ke depan ya. Yang pertama sekali tentunya perbaikan mutu ini sangat penting ya, mutu dosen, di mana dosen yang mengajar ini tidak hanya bertitel S2 saja, tapi juga kita harapkan ke depan semuanya mereka adalah telah menyiapkan program jenjang S3 mereka sebagai tenaga pengajar.
Sistem belajar mengajar di kampus Universitas Serambi Mekkah untuk saat ini memadai dengan sarana dan prasarana dengan tenaga ahli, doktor, magister yang mendukung proses belajar mengajar sehingga mahasiswa yang masuk di Universitas Serambi Mekkah cukup dengan infrastruktur, prasarana dan juga tenaga ahli yang mendukung di Universitas Serambi Mekkah.
Universitas Serambi Mekkah hingga saat ini telah mempunyai keseluruhan alumni mencapai 25 ribuan alumni yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia dan luar negeri.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Dinda Ayusa Fitri Saragi.
Halo, halo, tes, tes, cek, tes, cek.
Ya. Ako turno sini. Belum. Ini cuma belum mulai bah. Loh,
Madrid.
Chắc có đủ được bạn rồi. Điều rồi em. Itu dia.
Apa Kak?
Please welcome Aulia Al-Kurdi.
721 Kak. Kan 711 malam. Tambah nasi 10.000. 721. Ya. Berapa? Benar kan? Malam kan 711. Ini Kak. Kak bawa charger Kak. Kak bawa charger Kak. Siapa kok dari tasku? Ini nah. Oh. Tapi tambahan yang semalam itu kan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Iya, belum nikah belum, Bu.
A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim.
Enggak ada. Oh, astagfirullah. Ya Allah, aku kan. Ya, aku yang lupa kali loh.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Ada apa ini? Nggak tahu, aku ada jengkel kok ngaji ya. Udah.
Jangan bahas nasi, Bu.
Ya
Mati. Nggak matiin.
amanu taqullaha haqqa tuqatih. Wa la tamutun إلا وأنتم مسلمون. واعتصموا بحبل الله جميعا ولا تفرقوا. واذكروا نعمة الله عليكم إذ كنتم أعداء فألف بين قلوبكم فأصبحتم بنعمته إخوانا وكنتم على شفا حفرة من النار فأنقذكم منها. كذلك يبين الله لكم آياته لعلكم تهتدون. ولتكن منكم أمة يدعون إلى الخير ويأمرون بالمعروف وينهون عن المنكر وأولئك هم المفلحون. صدق الله العظيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Selamat datang di Universitas Serambi Mekkah. Menjadi universitas yang unggul, inovatif, dan berintegritas dalam bidang tridharma perguruan tinggi di tingkat nasional dan internasional. Universitas Serambi Mekkah yang disingkat USM yang bernaung di bawah Yayasan Pembangunan Serambi Mekkah atau YPSM didirikan pada tanggal 21 Maret 1984 oleh salah seorang pendiri negara Republik Indonesia, Dr. Mr. Haji Teku Muhammad Hasan.
Please be seated. Thank you. Apologies for the technical problem. There's supposed to be music for the background, but there some tech. We continue to the next agenda, which is I'll be inviting the chairperson of the conference for the welcoming remarks. Please welcome Ms. Marisa Yostara, SPD MA, TISO.
Thank you, moderator. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable the head of LL Dikti or the representative, the head of Yayasan Pembangunan Serambi Mekkah or the representative, our rector of Universitas Serambi Mekkah, vice rector of Universitas Serambi Mekkah, deans and vice deans of all faculties of Universitas Serambi Mekkah, all structural leaders, as well as our distinguished guests, keynote speakers, presenters, and participants. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to warmly welcome you to the 3rd International Conference on Education of FKIP USM. Welcome to Aceh. I'm very pleased that this year we can organize this annual International Conference on Education again. And Alhamdulillah, even though there were some obstacles, and thanks to Allah, because of His blessing and mercies, that we still can attend this event in an excellent condition and health. I'm also very glad to announce that we have a total around 150 submitters coming from different provinces in Indonesia. So we have papers from Aceh, Medan, Jakarta, Bandung, Riau, and so many more. And there are also some papers from overseas, including Malaysia, India, Australia, and USA. The theme of this year conference is digitalization of education, envisioning its impact on the dynamics of cultural order. We hope that from discussion around this theme, a better understanding can be raised so that in the future, educational researchers and practices can get information about digitalization of education and its impact on the cultural order. So for this objective, we have invited distinguished speakers from 5 different countries. We have Associate Professor Dr. Mahendran Manian from UPSI, Malaysia. We have Dr. Sofia Manning from Kin University, USA. And also we have Prof. Haji Didi Suryadi MAD from UPI Bandung, Indonesia. Associate Professor Prof. Dr. Fianti MPD from Unila Lampung. Associate Professor Mitchell O'Towell from University of Newcastle, Australia. And Associate Professor Dr. G. Kartikeyan from National College in India. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to take this opportunity to immensely thank to the committee members for all the hard work they have put, the commitment and the dedication in organizing this conference. Last but not least, we also want to thank the keynote speakers, distinguished guests, all presenters, as well as participants on site and online. So thank you very much for being here with us. We highly value your presence at this conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Now I'd like to invite the representative of the Dean of the Education Faculty of Universitas Serambi Mekkah for a welcoming remark. Please welcome Mr. Azwir, SPD, MPD.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank the Almighty God for all His blessing and mercies that have made us possible to enter the event in excellent health. Honorable, the head of LLDT, Dr. Rizal Munadi, MMMT, or representative. Honorable, the head of Yayasan Pembangunan Serambi Mekkah, Insinyur Tuku Iskandar Shah, or representative. Honorable Rector of Universitas Serambi Mekkah, Dr. Tuku Abdurrahman, SH, SBN, and Vice Rector 1, Muslim Daud, PhD, Vice Rector 2, Insinyur Tuku Makmur, MSI, Vice Rector 3, Dr. Hambali, MPD, Vice Rector 4, Dr. Jalaluddin, MPD. The head of Insurance Quality Institute, Muhammad Julfajri, SPD, MSc, PhD. The head of Research and Community Service Institute, Dr. Abu Bakar, MSc. Then, President and all structural leaders that I cannot mention one by one. we are very delighted to have guests, including then from different university in Aceh. Ladies and gentlemen, I want also let warmly welcome keynote speakers, distinguished guests, presenters, and participants of the International Conference of FKIP Universitas Serambi Mekkah with the theme Digitalization of Education and Presenting its impact on the dynamics of cultural order. Welcome to the event. My deepest appreciation to our keynote speakers from 5 different countries. We are very honored to have people with expertise like yours at your conference. I would like to say that we are very thrilled to host the annual conference on education this year in Arabia Hotel in Banda Aceh. Thanks to the community who have worked so hard to make this event successful. Thanks to the presenters dan participants who has participated in this event on set and only. Again, thanks to our distinguished keynote speakers, guests, presenters, and participants. Welcome and enjoy the conference. The Dean of FKIP Universitas Serambi Mekkah, Dr. Jalaluddin, MPD. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bapak Wakil Dekan. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for us to listen to the last welcoming remark and at the same time, the official opening from the Rector of Universitas Serambi Mekkah. Please welcome Dr. Teguh Abdurrahman, MH, SPN.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome, speaker from Rector of Universitas Serambi Mekkah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Greetings from Aceh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable the head of LLDT, Dr. Engineer Rizal Munadi MMMT. Honorable the head of Yayasan Pembangunan Serambi Mekkah, Insinyur Teguh Iskandar Shah. Honorable all structural leaders, distinguished guests and keynote speaker. On behalf of Universitas Serambi Mekkah, I would like to express my great pleasure to welcome all of you to the hybrid international conference on education of FKIP USM. We are truly honored and humbled by your attendance and enthusiasm to participate in this international event. This activity is one of the routine agenda organized by FKIP Universitas Serambi Mekkah, aiming to provide an intellectual platform for everyone, researchers, students, and general public to find updated information and idea sharing on important issues in education. Dear ladies and gentlemen, in this digital era, educators need to adjust themselves in order to keep updated in providing good education for students, all for students, all over the world. However, we cannot afford the impact from digitalization of education, which might influence changes in our cultural order, including the way of delivering the education and of facing the student character. Therefore, knowledge sharing platform like what we conduct today is one of the important steps to help with that issue. And this year's thema is related to it, which is digitalization of education and visioning its impact on the dynamic of cultural order. In this moment, I would also like to express thanks to all of our keynote speakers from 5 different countries. Associate Prof. Dr. Mahendra Maniam from UPSA Malaysia, Dr. Sophia Maning from Kent Universitas USA, Professor Dr. Hadidi Suryadi MR Prof, UPA Bandung, Indonesia, and Associate Prof. Dr. Pianti MPD from Unila Lampung, Indonesia. Associate Professor Michelle O'Toole from Universitas of Newcastle, Australia, and Associate Prof. Dr. J. Karthikeyan from National College, India. I would also like to thank the organizing committee, presenter, and participants for making this event happen. I officially open up this event. Hope the event will run successfully until the end, and everyone is benefited as much as possible from the event. Thank you very much. Dr. Teguh Abraman SH, SPM, Rector of Universitas Serambi, Mekkah. Barangkali saya terjemahkan dalam bahasa Indonesia. Ya. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahilladzi anamana bini'amatil Islam wal iman wa nusalli wa nusallimun ala khairil anam Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Penghormatan saya kepada Dr. Rijal, Insinyur Rijal Mundadi MMMT, ya. Kemudian Ketua Yayasan Insinyur Teguh Iskandar Shah, kemudian Wakil Rektor 1, 2, 3, 4 berhalangan ya karena satu lain hal ya. Kemudian mewakili USM saya ingin menyampaikan rasa bahagia saya untuk menyambut para undangan ya semua ya. Pada International Conference Pendidikan ketiga yang diadakan secara hybrid, kami benar-benar merasa terhormat dan bahagia atas kehadiran serta antusias para hadirin dan hadirat semua untuk berpartisipan dalam event internasional ini. Aktivitas ini merupakan salah satu agenda rutin yang diadakan oleh FKIP USM yang bertujuan untuk menyediakan platform intelektual untuk para peneliti, mahasiswa, dan umum dalam mendapatkan informasi terupdate dan sharing tentu gagasan pada isu-isu penting dalam pendidikan. Pada era digitalisasi ini, para pendidik harus bisa menyesuaikan diri mereka agar mereka update dalam memberikan pendidikan terbaik untuk siswa mereka di seluruh dunia. Meskipun demikian, kita tidak bisa pungkiri dampak dan digitalisasi pendidikan yang bisa mempengaruhi tatanan budaya kita, termasuk cara menyampaikan, mengajarkan, diksi, dan narasi, attitude, etika, ya. Pendidikan kita ya, dan cara menghadapi karakter siswa. Oleh karena itu platform sharing ilmu yang kami adakan hari ini adalah salah satu langkah penting untuk menghadapi isu tersebut. Jadi tahun ini kami mengangkat tema digitalisasi dalam pendidikan, memprediksi dampaknya terhadap dinamika tatanan budaya. Pada kesempatan ini saya ingin menyampaikan rasa terima kasih untuk pemateri kunci kami yang berasal dari 5 negara yang berbeda. Dan nama-namanya telah disebutkan tadi. Saya juga ingin menyampaikan rasa terima kasih kepada panitia, presenter, dan peserta untuk merealisasikan kegiatan ini. Saya secara resmi ya dengan ini mewakili daripada Ketua UPSM untuk membuka event internasional ini ya dengan mengucapkan Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. International Conference and Education pada hari ini 7-8 Maret 2020-2024 dengan resmi saya nyatakan dibuka. Semoga Allah melindungi kita semua. Penghormatan saya semuanya. Mohon maaf kalau ada kekeliruan dan kekurangan. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bapak Rektor. Ladies and gentlemen, to close and at the same time to bless our events or opening ceremony today, I'd like to invite you to listen to prayer that will be led by Farid Maulana, one of our students from the primary education of Education Faculty Universitas Serambi Mekkah. And please be prepared after this, we'll be doing a photo session. To Farid Maulana, please, on the stage.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين حمدا يوافي نعمه ويكافئ مزيده. يا ربنا لك الحمد كما ينبغي لجلال وجهك الكريم وعظيم سلطانك. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. اللهم إنا نسألك سلامة في الدين وعافية في الجسد وزيادة في العلم وبركة في الرزق وتوبة قبل الموت ورحمة عند الموت ومغفرة بعد الموت. اللهم حون علينا في سكرات الموت والنجاة من النار والعفو عند الحساب. اللهم ربنا تقبل منا صلاتنا وصيامنا وركوعنا وسجودنا وتخشعنا وتعبدنا وتمم تقصيرنا يا الله يا أرحم الراحمين. اللهم ربنا ذنوبنا ولوالدينا وارحمهما كما ربيانا صغيرا ولجميع المسلمين والمسلمات والمؤمنين والمؤمنات الأحياء منهم والأموات برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. ربنا هب لنا من أزواجنا وذرياتنا قرة أعين واجعلنا للمتقين إماما. ربنا هب لنا من الصالحين. ربنا هب لنا من الصالحين. ربنا هب لنا من الصالحين. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Now I'd like to invite everyone in the room to come to the front for a photo session. And please, everyone in the Zoom, to on your camera. We'll be doing a photo session both online and on site. We'd like to please Bapak Rektor, Bapak Wakil Rektor, Bapak Ketua LPPM, Bapak Dekan, Wakil Dekan, para tamu undangan presenters untuk berdiri di depan. Ibu, ini saya. Miss. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the photo session earlier. And this is the end of the opening session. After this, we'd like to have coffee break and followed by keynote session that will be led by our moderator, Ms. Sabrina. Perhaps before the perhaps before the keynote session, we're preparing for a dance. So we're watching a dance, an Aceh dance, while we're having coffee. So please help yourself. Thank you.
Selamat datang di Universitas Serambi Mekkah. Menjadi universitas yang unggul, inovatif, dan berintegritas dalam bidang tridharma perguruan tinggi di tingkat nasional dan internasional. Universitas Serambi Mekkah yang disingkat USM yang bernaung di bawah Yayasan Pembangunan Serambi Mekkah atau YPSM didirikan pada tanggal 21 Maret 1984 oleh salah seorang pendiri negara Republik Indonesia, Dr. Mr. Haji Teku Muhammad Hasan yang tertuang dalam Akta Notaris nomor 76 tahun 1984 dengan izin operasional nomor 180-SK-PPS-KOP-1985 tanggal 18 Juli 1985. Dengan surat keputusan Menteri Pendidikan dan Kebudayaan Republik Indonesia nomor 0430-1987 tanggal 23 Juli 1987. PTSM memperoleh status terdaftar.
Universitas Serambi Mekkah merupakan salah satu universitas swasta yang beroperasional di bawah koordinator LL Dikti Wilayah 13 Aceh yang diselenggarakan oleh Yayasan Pembangunan Serambi Mekkah atau YPSM.
Sejak tahun 2000 hampir seluruh program studi yang ada di lingkungan PTSM memperoleh status terakreditasi BAN PT.
Ketika pertama kali didirikan tahun 1985 dipimpin oleh Dr. Mr. Teku Haji Muhammad Hasan sampai dengan tahun 1997 setelah beliau wafat. YPSM dipimpin oleh putri beliau yaitu Pocut Haji Kumalawati sampai dengan tahun 2004.
Tahun 2004 sampai 2014, kepemimpinan YPSM dimotori oleh Ayahanda Hati Sulaiman Syah, anak menantu dari almarhum Dr. Mr. Hati Muhammad Hasan. Tahun 2014 sampai dengan saat ini, YPSM dipimpin Insinyur Teku Iskandar Syah, anak dari Ayahanda Hati Sulaiman Syah. Di bawah kepemimpinan beliau, YPSM dan Universitas Serambi Mekkah terus mengalami perkembangan yang signifikan, baik dilihat dari kualitas maupun kuantitas. Tahun 2002, Universitas Serambi Mekkah terus melakukan pengembangan dan merespons kebutuhan nyata masyarakat Aceh dengan mengubah PTSM menjadi Universitas Serambi Mekkah atau USM. Berdasarkan surat keputusan Mendiknas nomor 256-D-0-2002 tanggal 30 Oktober 2002.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Tiara Haryanti, saya berasal dari Kota Banda Aceh, saya berkuliah di Universitas Serambi Mekkah pada jurusan FKIP PGSD. Alasan saya memilih kampus Universitas Serambi Mekkah dikarenakan akreditasinya juga tidak kalah jauh dengan universitas negeri. Sistem belajar mengajar di Universitas Serambi Mekkah sangatlah baik dikarenakan dosennya selalu memasuki jam mata kuliah itu sangat tepat.
Dengan dosen tetap saat ini berjumlah 263 orang, dosen kopertis atau DPK 24 orang, dan dosen tetap yayasan 239 orang. 81% telah memiliki kualifikasi pendidikan S2, 11% telah memiliki kualifikasi S3, 9% sedang menempuh S3 baik di dalam maupun luar negeri.
Rencana yang dilakukan pengembangan kampus ke depan agar tercapai visi dan misi ini untuk selanjutnya, bahwa dalam kiprahnya kita lihat strategi ya, lompatan jangka panjang untuk 15 tahun ke depan ya. Yang pertama sekali tentunya perbaikan mutu ini sangat penting ya, mutu dosen, di mana dosen yang mengajar ini tidak hanya bertitel S2 saja, tapi juga kita harapkan ke depan semuanya mereka adalah telah menyiapkan program jenjang S3 mereka sebagai tenaga pengajar.
Sistem belajar mengajar di kampus Universitas Serambi Mekkah untuk saat ini memadai dengan sarana dan prasarana dengan tenaga ahli, doktor, magister yang mendukung proses belajar mengajar, sehingga mahasiswa yang masuk di Universitas Serambi Mekkah cukup dengan infrastruktur, prasarana, dan juga tenaga ahli yang mendukung di Universitas Serambi Mekkah.
Universitas Serambi Mekkah hingga saat ini telah mempunyai keseluruhan alumni mencapai 25 ribuan alumni yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia dan luar negeri.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Dinda Ayusa Fitri Saragi. Saya berasal dari Aceh Singkil dan mengambil jurusan FKIP Pendidikan Matematika. Alasan saya memilih kampus Universitas Serambi Mekkah, saya meninjau dari akademik yang ada di Universitas Serambi Mekkah sangat baik, dan lulusan Universitas Serambi Mekkah adalah orang-orang yang hebat.
Universitas Serambi Mekkah terus mengalami perkembangan sampai menjadi 23 program studi.
USM ini ada 6 fakultas ya. Fakultas yang tertua adalah Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan, membawahi daripada 10 program studi. Di antaranya adalah pendidikan guru sekolah dasar, pendidikan biologi, fisika, ekonomi, matematika, sejarah, kimia, bahasa Inggris, bahasa Indonesia, dan penjas. Kemudian fakultas lainnya teknik ya, 4 program studi, yaitu teknik lingkungan, ya, kompeten industri dan kimia. Kemudian fakultas kesehatan masyarakat mempunyai 1 program kesehatan masyarakat. Fakultas ekonomi 2 program studi, yaitu ekonomi manajemen dan ekonomi akuntansi. Kemudian ada juga Fakultas Teknologi Pertanian, ini membawahi 2 program studi, yaitu Teknik Industri Pertanian dan Teknologi Pangan. Yang terakhir adalah Fakultas Agama Islam, ini ada 4 program studi, yaitu Pendidikan Agama Islam, Pendidikan Islam Anak Usia Dini, Perbankan Syariah, dan Komunikasi dan Perjalanan Islam.
Menyelenggarakan sistem pendidikan tinggi secara terpadu untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang link and match dengan pasar kerja, ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi.
Zara? Iya kan? Bukan juga suruh zumba kalau gitu ya kan? Iya, aku pikir zoom pelajaran. Ya kan? Ya, keluar aja lah. Makanya dibilang harga ikan tadi rata. Ya. Aku aja nggak mau dengar kalau itu ini. Alah, mak. Oi. Enggak. Dengerin aja terus. Udah keluar. Enggak masuk tuh. Keluar, oi.
Apa Kak?
Please welcome Aulia Al-Kurdi.
721 Kak. Kan 711 malam. Tambah nasi 10.000. 721. Ya. Berapa? Ini kan? Malam kan 711. Ini Kak. Kak bawa charger Kak? Kak bawa charger Kak? Aku dari tulisanku. Ini nah. Oh. Tapi tambahan yang semalam itu kan.
Ya. Ada apa nanti minta nama? Ada apa?
Iya,
Ampiran.
udah mau Kak. Lu mau aku.
Bapak gua catat.
Iya, belum nikah belum, Bu.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم
Nggak ada. Oh, astagfirullah. Ya Allah, aku kan. Ya, aku yang lupa kali loh.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم
Ada apa ini? Nggak tahu, aku ada tapi kok ngaji ya? Udah.
Jangan bahas nasi, Bo.
Mati. Nggak matiin.
ولا تموتن إلا وأنتم
Selamat datang di Universitas Serambi Mekkah. Menjadi universitas yang unggul, inovatif, dan berintegritas dalam bidang tridharma perguruan tinggi di tingkat nasional dan internasional. Universitas Serambi Mekkah yang disingkat USM yang bernaung di bawah Yayasan Pembangunan Serambi Mekkah atau YPSM didirikan pada tanggal 21 Maret 1984 oleh salah seorang pendiri negara Republik Indonesia, Dr. Mr. Haji Teku Muhammad Hasan yang tertuang dalam Akta Notaris nomor 76 tahun 1984 dengan izin operasional nomor 180/SK.PPS/KOP/1985 tanggal 18 Juli 1985. Dengan surat keputusan Menteri Pendidikan dan Kebudayaan Republik Indonesia nomor 0430/O/1987 tanggal 23 Juli 1987. PTSM memperoleh status terdaftar.
Universitas Serambi Mekkah merupakan salah satu universitas swasta yang beroperasional di bawah koordinator LL Dikti Wilayah 13 Aceh yang diselenggarakan oleh Yayasan Pembangunan Serambi Mekkah atau YPSM.
Sejak tahun 2000 hampir seluruh program studi yang ada di lingkungan PTSM memperoleh
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the third International Conference on Education organized by the Teacher Training and Education Faculty of Universitas Serambi Mekkah. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Sabrina, and I will be serving as your moderator for the panel session today. Ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned earlier, we have 6 distinguished keynote speakers from 5 different countries who are going to share their knowledge and insight with us today. But before we begin, I have a few housekeeping notes for everyone to follow. The first one, the panel session will be divided into 2 sessions. In the first session, there will be 3 keynote speakers who are presenting, followed by a 10-minute break and the presentation of the other 3 keynote speakers in the second session. Next, each speaker will have a total of 25 minutes for their presentation, and the Q&A session will come after each session. And if you have question for the keynote speakers, you may raise your hand if you're attending this event on site, and please raise your virtual hand and turn on your microphone if you're attending this event virtually on Zoom. You can also use the chat feature to ask your question, then I will read your question out loud. During the panel session, it is expected that you mute your microphone on Zoom, and please use appropriate language and be respectful to each other. Okay, everyone, before we start, can I please have your attention? Okay, can I please have your attention, everyone? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, for the first presentation, we'll be hearing from Dr. Sophia Manning from Keene University and Bergen Community College, USA. Dr. Manning is a broad-based and accomplished educator, facilitator, instructor, tutor, and business professional who grasp and successfully implement the learning process in various situations, such as a scholar, on the job, or with individual. She is also recognized for encouraging and challenging individuals to surpass their expectation by integrating their objectives into the learning process. Dr. Sophia Manning is also proficient at using authentic method to convey information that explain course material. Teaching experience include teaching online, face-to-face, hybrid, and blended modes of delivery. And today, Dr. Sophia Manning is going to talk about exploring the humanities through digital lens, educating the 21st century learner. Okay, hello, Dr. Manning. Are you with us now?
Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Manning. How are you today?
Great, thank you.
Oh, great. Thank you for being here with us. We really appreciate it. And Dr. Manning, are you ready for your presentation?
Certainly, thank you.
Do you want to share your own screen?
Yes, I'd love to screen. Yeah.
Excellent. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And I'm sending greetings and warm wishes to Indonesia from a wet and cold New Jersey. It's my pleasure, and I'm grateful that I was asked to present as a keynote speaker. Thanks to the committee for accommodating me and the distinguished guests. So, as stated before, my title that I'll be talking about, I'll be talking more from a primary source as far as using the classroom as the springboard or the platform for informing this session. I don't think it's a coincidence that we're meeting on a hybrid note today, since we're talking about the 21st century learner, we're talking about digital lens, we're talking about the humanities. I see how we are currently experiencing on this platform the use of some elements of AI. So there's AI that we're using to conference, and we're actually bringing out the best, or somewhat the best in humanity while doing so. So we're across the globe, of course, and we're local and global. So I'll try to see if I can convey this short piece in about, 20 minutes maybe? The main objective that I'd like to share with us as I navigate the space, I'd like you to envision or have some kind of image as we go along. I use images and I like to illustrate. So we'll be illustrating a visual vocabulary that articulates combined methods, confluence of technology, pedagogy, content, and discourse. And more specifically, I'm looking to answer the question, how do 21st century learners explore, or how can they explore the humanities through digital storytelling? Of course, the digital lens is very broad. We know that. And it's impossible to think about talking even about just one aspect, digital storytelling, in such short time. So I'm going to narrow it down to a guiding question that focuses a lot on more like student-centered learning. So how can educators employ digital platform to drive students to appreciate the humanities? And on purpose, I bolded the word appreciate, because I think there's a lack of interest across the globe when it comes to appreciating even learning, let alone the humanities. That's not always kinetic. it's text, it's reading, it's engaging, it's using your brain to think. So non-specific subjects are non-scientific subjects are considered the humanities. So I'd like to see how we can use the non-scientific subjects and the scientific subjects or tools simultaneously. How can we do that in the classroom so that we can get some results where students are motivated and enriched and empowered and they're able to create and, perhaps co-create. A little bit of research that we probably won't get a chance to, dig in all of it, but the main words here are the buzzwords, what the research is saying. Ruskowitz and Dolmage, they mentioned in their writing, teaching students how to write, the text, how to write anything. The authors say it is important to provide opportunities for students to discuss and debate interpretation of texts. So, in other words, there has to be some kind of discourse, some kind of conversation or discussion where students try out their opinions and they get to communicate with their friends or their classmates to consider the views of others. So they collaborate with their talking and they're able to read and interpret and formulate shared understanding as they become part of the interpretive community. So again, being student-centered, the student becomes somewhat autonomous and they're focusing closely on the text, not just text in the written form, but in different ways, right? Another author, Karen Chen, in her journal, she says, digital data storytelling leverages digital storytelling techniques and best practices in communication to deliver stories that can be shared in digital formats to a wide audience. So here again, we're not limiting our audience, which I think is great, because then we have somewhat a broad audience when we're delivering via digital lens. And yet another, Manoj mentions in his writing, teachers' perceptions on the need to use digital storytelling based on local wisdom to improve writing skills. Now, I think this hits home because this is specific to cultures that focus on their indigenous teaching practices or indigenous, preserving their indigenous cultures, right? So the writer states, digital storytelling emerges from digital integration and storytelling to meet learning needs, such as communication and self-expression. Very important that the student gets a chance to communicate, to express themselves, and also to facilitate teaching to improve language skills, which is one aspect of story writing skills. So setting that pace, one would ask, why is it important? What's the relevance for using digital storytelling when teaching the humanities? Well, there are lots of reasons, but the few that I could, I think that were most relevant at this point, from the perspective of the educator who is student-centered, you're preparing learners for competence or service in the global marketplace. So then they need to be savvy. They need to be, very diverse in their thinking. And one of the ways in which we can do that is to make sure that they're aware of their civic duties, their civic engagement. Where do they stand as learners who will be replacing the retirees, years from now? Also to engage them effectively in a diverse workplace. So there's the global marketplace, which is pretty much universal now, and the diverse workforce, and also to have them target the integrated world economy. When there are diverse skills, you get diverse clients or clientele, customer base, and then your opportunities are, you have better opportunities or limitless. So my images here on this slide are pretty much talking mostly about the medical field, not for any particular reason, except that, that's a field that is probably understaffed universally. And so it's important that our learners are diverse in the sense where we don't see the Lutheran hospital any different from the Methodist or the Jewish, or we don't have our workers thinking narrowly, as far as getting out in the workforce and making application to the skills. And then it also connects with the humanities. So what are the humanities? And I don't on purpose have like scholarly definitions for certain words on purpose, because I want to take this opportunity to break things down in a very down-to-earth approach, like taking a down-to-earth approach. So the humanities, according to Joel, the writer of a web text, he asked the questions, do the humanities really affect us? Do they have anything to do with anyone or anything important? Well, because the subjects that are in the humanities, they reflect humanity, they reflect us. We are philosophy. You don't see philosophy without humanity. You don't see history without an account of humanity. You don't see, and then humanity eventually evolves into the humanities. So everything connects, like this little web that connects everything, and you really can't opt out of humanity or the humanities, right? So he further states that the humanities are the part of us, meaning human beings, that produces the fine arts, culture, philosophy, history, society, and general ideas. So, of course, they're non-scientific subjects, but they, can be broken down into almost anything that we say or do. And again, my images, I think, speak volume, because we don't see the globe or the map of the world without we seeing the humanities and or humanity. Making the connection with the humanities and digital storytelling. What are the characteristics of digital storytelling? Well, the process, according to one definition that connects with a breakdown of the key characteristics. Digital storytelling could be defined as the process of presenting narration based on sound, image, video, music, and text in an interactive digital environment. So we have words, we have music, there's acting, or there's some kind of audiovisual aids that are all intertwined. Very short or brief account in a 4 to 7 minute video in length, a collage of pictures, multimedia videos, audio, animation maybe, and perhaps a musical narrator or a narrative voiceover. Theme, topic, point of view are all main characteristics of digital storytelling. There has to be a theme, there has to be major or key points, topics, as well as perspective or point of view. And then one of the key characteristics as well is that it utilizes technology to enable people with limited multimedia skills and resources. So people are better able to share and tell their stories in this format if they're not able to do so otherwise. I will warn you that artificial intelligence is not, as much as it's also a very broad topic, the digital lens that we use in the humanities, from our perspectives, we're not very intimidated by technology, because we are well aware that it's our brain. And I have my image here that points to the brain using the imagination. So you have the humanities and technology combined effort through the digital lens, we can bring out the intelligence in us. And you see that we're intelligent, not artificial. The use of the artificial to bring out the authentic. So the authentic, the critical thinker, the creative ability, both combined can create something that might inform artificial intelligence. And you see again the relationship, the correlation with the mind, the brain, the authentic that produces the artificial intelligence. And then artificial intelligence also in turn somewhat informs the mind. Students usually acquire academic intelligence by exploring subjects in the humanities. So once they're intelligent in academia, in philosophy, or in history, or in literature, whatever area, they're better able to navigate their space when they're reading or they're interacting with artificial intelligence. So the question that I've asked this question several times as relates to AI, and I'd like you to think about this question as we continue. Could AI be a tool that allows educators and learners to showcase their creativity and bring out the hidden gems in humanity? And I think that's one of the things that we're seeing a lot. The people who are creating and co-creating, enhancing, improving technology, if one were to read their bios or look at their professional experience, you see that they must have had some, foundation in the humanities in order to create what they've created, because philosophy is an internal thought that you bring to light, always arguments and beliefs and so on. So that's a question. And also think about how, as we create and co-create, how we can develop innovative skills just by revisiting the classics, then rereading literature, or even preserving culture. How can we employ tools that exercise the brain without the humanities, without technology in the 21st century? Okay, so another very, very brief question that I have as relates to this slide. I'd like you to take a look at both images, the image on my left, your right, and the other on my right, your left. And so you see the text here has its own way of interpreting art. It says art helps us identify with one another and expands our notion of we, the local to the global. If we were to view this in digital storytelling lens or the digital lens, we would probably see some movements with AI. So there's AI, the algorithms behind the scenes, making, some motion pictures or something going on behind the scenes. Yet you don't lose the value of the artwork, and the words speak volume as well. So you have the picture that is worth 1,000 words, and you just have one short sentence that brings out the best in humanity, making that connection. Use of technology to make connection between the image and the text, right? In a storytelling format. So the question is, how could I guide learners on how to become literate in the digital world? Well, of course, we'd have to present information and make sure that their reading comprehension, their comprehension level is to the point where they can understand the text, right? They actively engage with the course content, and from the course content, they would compose whatever speaks to them. They're interpreting and making their own sense of the material. They draft storyboards, images, or text, drawing from the discourse. And then finally, they will be able to synthesize the material. So you'll see them creating or co-creating. And again, this is the use of imagination tied in with technology. And everything is like shaking hands or speaking to each other, which is the language of the technologists these days. So, I'd like to share with you a very short, maybe a 1-minute piece from Google's CEO. And he pretty much has, a very interesting perspective on the importance of AI in our era, right? And I think he is calling for us to visit the conversation in a different way. Now, I'm hoping that I can get to can I share the screen? I'm trying to share my, sorry. Okay, so just one moment, please. I'm sorry, I have a little bit of technical issues trying to share this. Share the screen. All right. Once I got it. Oh, no, I'm so sorry.
The audio.
I'm sorry, are you saying something? Are you not able to hear?
No, we don't hear anything on the video.
Oh, I'm not understanding why. My audio is on. Okay, okay, so 1 second. My audio is all the way to the top. Are you able to see it?
Excuse me, doctor, we still cannot hear it.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I wasn't aware. I'm not certain why you're not able to hear my audio. Can you hear me though?
Yes. It is perfectly fine.
Well, I apologize. I think it may have to, well, I'm not sure what the issue is. I do have other audios though. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. But basically he was saying that we need to have the subjects in the humanities intertwined with technology. It's not just one set of people that are developing or moving AI forward. He mentioned alignment, having the various disciplines or the different parties in the task force that are able to make the connections. And he kind of went a little bit more technical. I'm not the technical talker, but he was basically commending the fact that, you know, educators and society needs to consider more like collaborative work when it comes to AI moving forward. So in line with Google CEO's perspective, and this is actually an assignment that I had gave my students in my philosophy class at Bergen Community College. I wanted to see them bring out the creativity in them. And I wanted to ensure that they understood the content that they were taught. So basically, I drew from the song Heal the World, and the topic was for them to show how philosophy as a subject connected with technology can heal the world. I quoted Plato and Francis Bacon, and they were assigned to design or construct a platform that shows their interpretation of the statement, heal the world. They had background information, of course. This was about in the middle of the semester, where they had, learned at least 4 or 5 branches of philosophy in depth. We had already covered indigenous philosophy, various Eastern and Western philosophy, classical philosophy, and so they had content to work with. Their main objective was to converge their voices with those of the philosophers and show how they can be creative. And I was very impressed with the work that the students, showed. So now I am hoping that this, I don't know if you're able to hear this, but this is another audio that I'd like to share. I don't know, can I get someone to help me with sharing the screen, or let me just see if I can try it. So this is that. Hopefully we can hear. Please let me know if you can hear this. Can you hear? Are you able to hear? Can you hear? No?
I cannot hear, and the video is not moving.
I don't know why. Well.
Where those in charge were not practicing what they preached. Existentialism was just as much about knowing your purpose as it was living your purpose. This is much the same for us. So when we find our purpose, we must make sure we continue to live in accordance with it. Stoic philosophy can aid us by teaching us to master our thoughts and emotions so that we may never stray too far. If we think of our purpose as a destination we are aiming for, being a few degrees in the wrong direction can make a drastic difference in where we land over the course of our lives. The 4 cardinal virtues of Stoicism will help to minimize our range of deviation and allow us to correct our course so that even if we do miss the mark, we're not too far off. Courage is needed to pursue your personal greater purpose rather than what society believes you should live for. Discipline is required in order to continue to choose your purpose when living for yourself or others seems easier. A sense of justice prevents you from allowing your purpose to lead you to harm others. And wisdom allows us to adjust and change our purpose as we accumulate more experience. In physics, a vector is a quantity having magnitude and direction. If we were to measure our life as a vector, whose magnitude is our drive and direction is our purpose, then existential philosophy will help us choose our direction, and Stoic philosophy will help us maintain our drive.
So yes, I apologize for the late audio. Yeah, this is just one of the examples that, you know, my student actually presented for his assignment. Do you have any thoughts? Any thoughts you have? Anyone would like to just kind of chime in? Feedback as far as like that particular example? Any feedback? No?
Hello, Doctor?
Yes.
Yeah?
Well, my question is, do you have feedback? Sure.
The feedback for the video or for the presentation?
For the video, I'm not done yet. I just wanted to know what your thoughts were, because I know you probably couldn't hear.
Oh, yeah, we can hear the audio finally, and I think everything is good. And
Okay, great.
It can be good information, I think.
Okay, so just another 2-minute video from another student, and then I'll just wrap it up. I think this is about 2 minutes.
Did you know that the average human spends approximately 6 hours and 58 minutes on their cell phones? That's about 7 hours of the day just scrolling through social media and other addictive platforms. In turn, the human connections between others have significantly decreased. You might be thinking, isn't social media supposed to help us connect with each other? Well, in reality, social media is just another vice to keep us entertained. However, there's no real social or human connection when it comes to social media. It has created this distorted reality that we're connecting, but then why is it that we've suddenly lost the ability to properly talk to one another? How is it that our eyes are glued to our phones even in a setting where we're supposed to be socializing? For example, back then my town would be filled with people in the streets, simply walking around and connecting with each other. But now it is rare to even see a single soul or see people even greeting each other. We've completely lost the ability to communicate with each other, and in turn, depression and loneliness in humans have skyrocketed. We as humans need social interactions in order to maintain a healthy mental and physical health. Without a support system, humans can become depressed or lonely. We need to be doing things that are fulfilling in order to live a good life. Aristotle specifically studied humans and their virtues that lead to a good life. At the very forefront of all those virtues is being an effective communicator. Knowing how to have a good conversation is one of the key ingredients to achieving the perfect balance for being virtuous. He also identified the reasons why friendships are so important. They help us connect with each other, become emotionally intelligent, and help us achieve our goals. We can become mentally stronger with having human connections, and having goals can be achieved faster if we have someone with us to achieve them. If we all had our own support system with people that genuinely cared about us, we can in turn reach eudaimonia. In ancient Indian philosophy, yoga discusses the importance of the mind, body, and spirit. In order to have good human connections in the first place, one must understand themselves to truly have the ability to connect with others. Spiritual ignorance creates suffering. However, the removal of our ignorance can take many different paths and techniques in yoga. Still, the central philosophical teachings of yoga revolve around the practice of mental discernment, detachment, spiritual knowledge, and self-awareness. This basically means that by achieving mental clarity through yoga, we can better connect with ourselves and others. Some ways that I improve my human connections is by hanging out with my friends. Like I said before, having a support system is extremely important when it comes to mental health, in regards to depression and loneliness. If everyone reached out to their friends more or interacted with more people, human connection would greatly improve. Another way I make human connections is by putting myself out there. Right now, I'm taking an EMT course to become a certified EMT. Things like extracurriculars can help you gain new friends and new connections with like-minded people. Thank you for watching this video.
All right. So yes, thank you very much. This pretty much concludes my presentation. Any questions, comments?
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Manning, for sharing the video with important message. Okay, it is really nice to know that we need to include humanities in the application of AI and to make us live in a better place with less depression and less loneliness. Thank you for sharing with us. All right, ladies and gentlemen, do you have any comments or do you have any question to Dr. Sophia Manning? I would like to invite you. If you have any question, you may raise your hand. If you're attending the event in this hall, or you can also use the chat feature or raise your hand if you're attending this event on Zoom. Okay, any question? Okay, there is one question, Doctor. It's about AI. You know, the application of AI has been prevalent this day, including by the students. Even my student use AI to execute many tasks in a university. And do you see this as a breakthrough or degradation in critical thinking and humanities?
So very good question. Thank you for asking. So there are different forms of AI. And if you're talking in terms of, say, Chat GPT and all those different softwares that they use to, I don't know, substitute their thinking, I don't usually encourage that for my students. In fact, that's the purpose for the examples of the assignment that I showed you. Those students, the assignment is not one that allows for anything but the students' brain, simply because they were guided as to how to write. So they must connect their digital story to the content that we studied. And I carefully watched, what they were doing. Now, to answer your question, I am not an expert on AI. I'm a humanities person. I don't want to appear closed-minded. I know we're in the 21st century, but for the most part, I think that our humanities students are well capable of developing their own artificial intelligence. And so that's one of my main objectives, is to help leading these students to understanding their value and the value of the material they're studying. And once they understand that they matter to the degree where when I retire in 10 years, someone will have to take my space, whichever job I have, wherever I work. you know, and so they'll see themselves in that position where they're able to create and co-create. Not sure if I encourage a lot of the use of someone doing your work, spelling everything for you and so on, but I try to do the opposite. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for the answer. Thank you. And we would like to thank for your time. Yeah, we really appreciate it, and such a great presentation. Thank you for being here with us once again. All right.
Thank you.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, now moving along our session, please welcome Associate Prof. Michelle O'Toole from University of Newcastle, Australia, who will be speaking to us on ICT values and digital citizenship. Hello, Professor Michelle O'Toole.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Good day.
Yeah,
Yes, we
good day.
can.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, good. Oh, good. There was a question about AI in Australia that just popped up. Let me get my screen organized while I answer the question. As the previous speaker said, let me see.
Are you ready for your presentation?
No, I'm trying to share my screen here.
All right. Okay, please
As
take
the previous speaker said, it's important to have tasks that the AI can't do on its own. And that's our major challenge at the moment. Okay, now you should have a messy screen. Have you got a messy screen at the moment?
Yes, we can see your screen.
A messy screen, and now you should have that. Right, you have the conference screen?
Yes, yes.
Yes, you have the conference screen. Good, here we go. Okay, I was very pleased to be invited to speak to your conference today, and thank you very much for the invitation. One of the reasons that I was so pleased is that it meshes with some current work that a number of my students have been doing. So Dr. Lee, has been doing some work on values in junior secondary high schools in Australia. And Dr. Altamimi has been doing work specifically on digital citizenship, which is connected with the theme of your conference, with university lecturers in Saudi Arabia. And those two things, the notion of digital citizenship and the engagement with values, links together, both partially with what you've heard in the previous session and also with your conference theme. IT in general, the digital world, has strengths and limitations. This is the abstract for the paper that's connected to this presentation, and it's just been done with Google Translate. I could have got my Indonesian students to do the translation for me, but I thought it wouldn't be a bad idea to throw the machine translation up on the screen in front of you so that you can see both. This was very easy to do for me, but I'm sure if you look at it, you'll find the Bahasa is probably awkward because Google Translate is not a person, and therefore the translation that you see is probably less than it might have been if I'd asked one of my students to do the translation. And one of the themes of this presentation today is the balance between strengths and limitations that are provided by the digital world. And so this is where I'm going for hopefully the Bahasa is not too bad and people can see where we're going with this presentation. But if it's awful, that's partially my point, that there are strengths, ease, convenience with the application of information and communication technology to teaching, ease and convenience, but there are also limitations to what can be done. The digital world has been with us for a very, very long time. The picture in the top corner, that's a hard drive, a computer hard drive. You needed a forklift to lift it to put it into an aircraft. There was hope that children would start to use the computers very, very early. And in fact, the experience where the child has to translate the computer usage for adults, that's an experience that many of us have had. I have to get my grandchildren to help me explain the mobile phone, for example. No, Grandma, listen, yeah. The mobile phone has brought an important change to this sort of thing in the life of young people globally, because the mobile phone has put very powerful computing tools in people's hands, including the social media, which you heard about in the last session. That's my son-in-law showing my grandson when he was very small something on his mobile phone. What happens is that the technology that is part of information and communication technology, the technology can become an end in itself. That is actually happening in many of the educational jurisdictions. This is my local state jurisdiction. This is the science syllabus, and digital technologies, the technologies themselves, mind you, not how they're used, not the values that might be applied to them, but the technology itself is given equal standing with the science discipline. So the technology can become an end in itself. Social media, which you heard about before, is becoming very common amongst younger people, and it's not all positive, as you heard about before in that very helpful little clip that was played. If the children and the young people do not use the material that they can find on their phones critically, then there can be some very serious problems. And it's very local now. Another of my students did work on the students' language use, English use in Mekkah, and discovered that the English they were using in their classrooms and the English they were using amongst themselves in social media was very different. And the English that they were using in social media was actually more powerful than the English that was going into their English workbooks in their classrooms. However, that social media was opening up all sorts of possibilities which would not have been present before. It can get very serious. This is 2015, a while ago now. This was the first time in my country where a tweet ended up in court, and one of our politicians successfully sued one of our big newspapers on the basis of something that had been tweeted. And the newspaper tried to maintain that this wasn't real news. It was the personal opinion of the reporter who tweeted it out. That was not held up in court, and they were found guilty, and they had to pay the politician. The idea of paying politicians more money does not really please me very much, and I'm sure it doesn't please you either. And then, of course, you've got the whole business of eating disorders and the body image of the influencers and what impact that's having on children. I'm hopeful that eating disorders are not a problem in Indonesia, but I'm afraid they are a problem in my country. And all of these are issues of value. This is not the technology itself. This is the values that surround the use of the technology. Now, the values differ between people, but combinations of those values seem common both within and between cultures. This is work by a man called Schwartz, which shows a constellation, a collection of different values which he has found across many cultures across the planet, and the ways in which that they connect together. This values model was used by Dr. Lee to look at the values of Year 10 students in Northern Queensland in Australia. Dr. Manning, Northern Queensland, Alabama, that's sort of, you talk about the deep south, we talk about the deep north, right? Values are explicit in some places. In New South Wales, the values that have been taught in schools have been explicit for a very long time. This is public education I'm talking about, by the way, not religious education. And that public education has been guided by a document called the Values We Teach. That Values We Teach document was updated in 2005 to the values in New South Wales public schools. And then about the same year, there was a national statement, actually, I think it was a year later, there was a national statement came out as a national framework for values education in Australian schools, not just New South Wales schools. Now, the interesting thing is the connection between these values and Schwartz's values, and your country has a value statement built at its core. And the interesting thing for today's presentation is to look at those value systems together and see where they are common and where they differ. And that's what this does. You're not going to have time to read it. The point of it, it's in the paper. The point that I'm making is the degree of commonality that exists. The priorities are different within the different sets. Pancasila is in, Schwartz is on the left, Pancasila followed by Australia, followed by New South Wales. You can see that the same sort of values appear. The priorities differ. It's interesting that neither stimulation nor hedonism appear in the value statements, which makes perfect sense when you think about it. If you think about the list that's on the left-hand column, the stimulation and hedonism, excitement, novelty and challenge, pleasure and gratification, they're really not helpful school values, and therefore they don't appear either in the national or state document of ours or in Pancasila. So there is a similarity in these values. Now, the question that Dr. Lee asked was, what were the values driving his year 10, that's 15, 16-year-old students in Northern Queensland? And he used a development from Schwartz, which allows you to quantify the values that are held by particular people or particular groups of people. Now, quantification produces numbers. Numbers don't answer questions. Numbers provide information towards the answering of a question. Now, when I look at that, you can see it's set up in quadrants, whereas Schwartz's own diagram is set up as a circle. But those quadrants are inhabited, occupied by different sets of values that are incorporated by, that are presented by different groups of people. Now, given my knowledge of the culture I'm embedded in, and given my knowledge of where this study was taking place, I figured that they used a short version of the Schwartz survey. I figured that the students were going to end up in the bottom left of those quadrants. I figured they were going to be all into self-direction, hedonism, and stimulation. Okay, you've got young adolescents. We've got a Western culture. We've got a beach culture. We've got a pleasure culture. I figured that when they did when they filled out the survey, they would end up there. They didn't. They ended up here, much closer to the center, and they broke up. The project as a whole was about optimism and pessimism towards the environment, right? So they broke up between pessimistic females and optimistic males, and you can see where the numbers put them on that diagram. Now, we're going to come back to this, but I think that is really hopeful, because what that means is that these school students are close to the center of that grid. They are teachable. They are educable. They are not entirely focused on self-gratification. And that is an opportunity for us as teachers. Let's move from the kids. Yeah, they were pessimistic about the environment, but optimistic about their own lives. So there is a shift off towards the self-direction side. And that's for another talk, for another day. But the work that Dr. Lee did dealing with the actual value constellation, that that work is, I think, important for today's session. My Saudi student did work on digital citizenship. Now, she built it around the person by the name of Ribble, and Ribble said that digital citizenship involves communication, which is including access and etiquette, access to the software, to the affordances, they call them, access to the affordances of the technology. And on the screen, hopefully, you can see a little diagram that was posted up on a pillar in the university I work in, which was an acronym for how people should communicate online. And that's there. Hopefully you can see it. I can't. There it goes. The next section was on digital learning, which is the digital literacy, which is the techniques, law and rights and duties in terms of digital learning. And the final session was on digital safety, which is security, trade and health. Now, digital safety is very, very important if you are concerned about cultural change. Because if the digital world is not safe for the individuals, and if the digital world is not safe in terms of the cultural values of the community from which they come, then that causes fear. And that is one of the concerns that's driving many people around the world as they look specifically at social media, but it's wider than that. Now, this is what what Dr. Al-Tamimi did. She had 303 Saudi university staff, and she had a survey, and she looked at digital communications, digital learning, and digital security, and looking at what these teachers. This is a university in it's a new emerging university in Saudi Arabia. So one would expect that these staff would be aware of these 21st century changes. So what did they understand by digital citizenship, and what did they report about what they were doing? So it's really about an understanding versus implementation contrast. What do they understand and what are they actually doing? And what she found was in digital communications, there was no statistical difference between their understanding responses and their report of teaching. But when she looked at digital learning and digital security, it looks as though they were saying reasonable things. They were reporting back that they understood what these things required, but when you actually asked them what they were doing, they didn't report doing it in class. So it appeared as though they were understanding more, but implementing less, which is a concern. On the one hand, it's a concern. On the other hand, it's a possibility for change. Because if the understanding is there and there is appropriate encouragement, then the material dealing with the full spectrum of digital citizenship can be encouraged into the classrooms. Another of my projects that I'm working on at the moment is looking at literacy in science classes and the impact of policy changes. And that data is indicating that the changes in policy produce changes in teacher education, and therefore the students who come out of the university teacher preparation programs and into the schools, those people are actually more aware of the impact of those changes in policy in their classrooms than the people who've been there before. And that reflects back on this, because that suggests that if these people understand and the appropriate encouragement is provided for them to turn that understanding into action in their classrooms, then we might begin to see change in those classrooms and a greater increase in digital citizenship. One of the students, one of the teachers who was participating in this study, put this on, actually this was part of an interview. This is part of her interview transcript. I'll shut up and let you read it. Digital citizenship values are not something separate from teaching about the technology or teaching people how to use the technology. And in the Saudi study, the people who made, this person was very, very clear about it, but there are a number of other people who who made comments in the survey or in the interview data that were along this line, although not so clear. Those people were the same people who appeared to be doing more about digital citizenship in their classrooms. The digital change is producing flux, and there are responses to that flux. And one is one of the images with the young, I guess, Chinese girl on the right, questions about whether technology is a friend or foe, and panic about AI. I have a Chinese granddaughter, and I find it kind of interesting that whenever they do this, the images are Chinese. There's something not quite right going on with this, I think. But these images communicate, I think, fairly clearly the fear that this kind of technology can produce. And there are a number of responses. One is the Great Firewall of China, where the Chinese government attempts to control the population's access to things that they don't consider to be worthwhile by blocking them. There are things called VPNs, and I've worked in China. That's how come my granddaughter is Chinese, I guess. And it's surprising the number of people who have VPNs. And the VPNs allow you to get around that firewall. So this notion of simply cutting off the population from things that the government doesn't approve of is not particularly successful. The same thing is happening in my own jurisdiction. The New South Wales government has banned mobile phones from public high schools. What is going to happen, of course, and it's already happening, is the children hide them. And they're only a palm size, so they shove them in their bags and they get them out and they're underneath the desks. And so this banning response, I think, is unsuccessful. It's ineffective. It's ineffective on a large scale in terms of the Great Firewall of China. And in a local context here, it's ineffective in terms of the schools. The kids simply hide the phones. Banning them doesn't work. We need to remember that culture and consequently education is always dynamic. Nothing stays the same. And if you try to hold things like they are, you simply lose control of the next generation. Education works like this. Somebody gets a bright idea. I've had a few of them myself. Some other people turn that bright idea into something that's workable and can function in the schools. And then there's panic. It arrives in the schools, and the people who haven't been involved in its development panic, as this poor person is doing here. And they resist, which is part of another project I'm working on at the moment. They resist the change. But eventually what happens is the change is naturalized. People find ways of doing the useful things in the classroom. And then that naturalization changes what happens in school slowly, very slowly, because classrooms have doors. And once the door is closed, nobody much can control what happens inside the room. But slowly things change if the ideas are actually functional, until somebody has a good idea again and the whole cycle starts again. Teachers always manage this surge. That is what we do. We have the good ideas ourselves. We hear good ideas from other people. We manage that change in what we perceive as the best interests of our classes. Now, we have causes for concern. Okay? The video we saw a few moments ago, half an hour ago, dealing with social media, said it much more clearly than I have time to do. We have causes for concern, but the student values are not as negative as we expect, and they're not as fixed as we expect. The children in our classes, the adolescents in our classes, the young people in my university classes, these people are still able to be helped to understand the context of the technology and the values that should be applied to make that technology work in their best interests and in the best interests of their society. Focusing only on the technology will expose our students to harm. So we should not do that. We don't want our students to be harmed. I don't want my students, any of my female students, to get anorexia because they've been looking at influencers who could be blown away by the next breeze. I don't want that to happen. I don't want my younger students to be groomed by predators on the online. And I don't want some of my older students to be radicalized by people who might lead them into very, very dangerous behavior. All of these things could happen if we only focus on the technology itself. We can encourage the kind of digital citizenship that my Saudi student was investigating. And if we have deep roots in the shared values, then we are more likely to encourage that. I've been doing over the years some substantial work in the autonomous Muslim region of Mindanao. And these people are trying to deal with centuries of conflict in a way that will help their children grow up to be strong members of the society of which they are part. And the teachers are in the best position to do that.
Professor, you have 2 more minutes.
I'm actually done.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I can't see the Pankasila diagram on my screen. Can you?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
I have a question.
Sure.
I do have a question. So I find it very interesting how you would mention digital citizenship, because that's also an area that I kind of glanced across a couple of articles, and I noticed that specifically the majority of the writers are coming out of Australia. Is that something that you guys kind of started? I mean, the term, the digital citizenship,
Australia is a strange place. Okay, we are a long way from everywhere else, and there are not very many of us, but our society is developed enough to experience many of the problems of much larger societies. But the society is small enough, and the academic community is small enough for us to act on those things. So to use a boxing analogy, we hit above our weight in quite a number of things. And digital citizenship may be one of them. I came across digital citizenship because that's what my Saudi student was doing. This is an area that I've been working on with her, not one that I came across. So I'm actually I wasn't aware that it's mostly Australian. That's interesting to know. But it's not surprising. There's a number of areas. Literacy is another, which is one of my areas. There's a number of areas where scholars from my country seem to get a leg up because it's a little bit easier to be innovative because the community isn't so large that it'll close you down quickly. Does that make sense?
Yes, indeed. Thanks.
Any other questions? I'm happy to take disagreement, by the way.
Sorry, Professor Michelle O'Toole. There is one question for you.
Sure.
From our participants on Zoom. The question are, what are the current trends in the use of artificial intelligence in education in Australia?
Yeah.
And how is AI being utilized to personalize student learning experiences?
Okay. Now I've stopped sharing, and all I can see is a range of different colors on my screen. Can you all see me?
Yes, we can see.
Okay, fine. I'll forget about what I can see. Okay, there's 2 big issues. One is that, first of all, artificial intelligence actually isn't very intelligent. All artificial intelligence is a really, really, really powerful search engine that uses the whole of the internet as its database. Okay, it doesn't think. All it does is you tell it something, and the big change is it'll accept natural language. That's the big change. You give it natural language in a question, it can interpret that, and it finds basically the most popular things that other people have found dealing with the words that have been in your natural language question. Am I making sense?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, right. So what happens, first thing, it can tell lies. You can ask it a question and it can give you a falsehood in response. The most obvious one of that is if you ask it to generate you a paper, it will fictionalize the references. So the references you get at the end of the paper don't exist, or at least some of them don't exist. So if any of you are using AI to write papers, please look at the references and make sure they're real. Go back and check it, okay? AI can be used by scholars, people like us, to do things like generate a summary of a paper. I have a colleague who was head of the physics department. And when ChatGPT came through, he stopped reading the articles he was sent. And he put them into ChatGPT and told ChatGPT to produce a summary. Yes. He looked at the summary and then he wrote a response to the summary. Again, you gotta hope that the system isn't telling him lies, right?
Okay.
Back to what Sophia was saying, Dr. Manning. We're very informal in my country. I hope you don't mind me using a given name. Back to what Sophia was saying, you can produce tasks that are AI proof. And the pieces of work that Sophia showed you a bit earlier are examples of that. An example in my own area is if you ask students to write an essay in English, ChatGPT can do that for them and they don't know nothing. Okay, there's been no learning, no nothing. It's as though they pay somebody else to write it for them, right? However, if you ask them for unit plans built into your own jurisdictional requirements, lesson plans built into your own jurisdictional requirements, and defenses for why they've chosen to do the things they do, the AI can't do that.
Exactly.
And what you've got to do then, and this happened to me last semester, what you've got to do then, if someone hands you in an essay, you've got to fail it because it wasn't what you asked for. What you asked for was defended lesson plans or a defended unit plan or something like that. So students have been cheating forever. This is not new. I mentioned a little while ago that I used to live in China. In China, in the imperial days, the education, the whole imperial bureaucracy was built on a meritocracy, built on examinations in the Confucian classics. I visited a Confucian temple, which is where the exams were actually held, and they used to put the students into a little wooden cell, and they used to slip food and drink underneath, and they used to have to write out the Confucian classics, and that particular temple in an exhibition cupboard, glass fronted thing, there was a set of Chinese underwear, long sleeves, long down to the ankles, that they wore underneath the Chinese, under the scholar garb, absolutely covered in Chinese characters. All of the Confucian classics were written on this bloke's underwear. So he got in, this is like 18th century. So he gets into the cell, he takes off his outer robe, pulls off the inner robe, and there's all the answers to all the questions he's got to write, all written on his underwear. All that's happening when they use ChatGPT to cheat is just the 21st century version of that. And we just got to get smart. We've got to set tasks that ChatGPT can't do. And we've got to fail them when they present something that isn't what we asked for, but is something that ChatGPT could do. So there are affordances to this technology. As to correct a draft, you write out a draft and put it to ChatGPT and say, please correct this. That's a good thing. But you can do that with Quill. Is it Quill? I think it's Quill. You can do that with Quill. You can do it with Grammarly. Grammarly will do that for you. You don't actually have to use ChatGPT. The problem with ChatGPT is that learns. Now, I'm using that word metaphorically. Everything that anybody all over the world does with that software goes into the database from which the software will subsequently answer questions. So if enough people write unit plans with defenses attached to them from my jurisdiction, then I'm going to have to find another assignment, right? Because it'll work. But because the jurisdictions are different from each other, it's unlikely that if we stick to the jurisdictional frameworks, it's unlikely that ChatGPT will have enough detail to be able to completely do an assignment for the student.
All right. Thank you very much for sharing
Thank you.
important
Okay.
point about ChatGPT, and that we should focus not only on technology but also on digital citizenship. Thank you very much, Professor.
Before I go, keep your eye on Tagreed Al-Tamimi, because what I've just given you is just a little piece of the work that we did together, and I'm hopeful that she will start publishing in her own right, and the rest of that work should be very powerful.
Betul, ChatGPT is popular in Indonesia. How about in Australia? Jenny from Baidu from Chinese. Popular?
Sorry, I didn't understand. I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Silakan terjemah. Kalau ChatGPT terkenal di Indonesia, tapi sekarang kan ada Jenny yang dari Baidu, Cina. Bagaimana di Australia? Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Nasir, for the question. So let me translate it to English. So Mr. Nasir asked about is Genie popular in Australia, because ChatGPT is popular in Asia, but there is another application called Genie that is, not it is also popular, even more popular than ChatGPT. What about Australia?
I've never heard of it, but that doesn't mean anything, because one of the things about this stuff, we have a saying based on our Indigenous people here that talks about secret business, it's a secret women's business. This stuff is becoming secret student business, and they use them, but they don't want us to know about them. So I've never heard of Genie, but that doesn't mean they're not using it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Michelle O'Toole and Mr. Nasir. All right. So coming along the session, we have Professor Dr. Mahendran here. Professor Dr. Mahendran Maniam. He is from Sultan Idris Education University, who currently works at the Department of English Language and Literature. He is also an expert in the field of applied linguistics, ELT, and teacher education, and has numerous publications focusing on this field. Professor Mahendran is going to deliver his presentation on site, and he is going to talk about the role of artificial intelligence in education. All right, we would like to invite you to deliver your presentation, please.
Yes. Yep. So thank you so much to the Master of Ceremony. You are doing a good job. And I think most of the rectors are not here. So anyhow, salam sore to all the rectors. So first of all, I would like to thank MSU, USM, University Serambi Mekkah for inviting me. The main reason, why I didn't want to do online is because I do not know what you are doing when I am speaking, because I do not see you. Okay, so even in the university, I do not like to do online classes because I do not know what the students are doing. So I requested to Miss Marisa that I want to come here, and I refuse to do Zoom because I do not know what you guys will do when I speak. Ya, saya bisa kurang paham ya. Kalau bahasa Indonesia, saya terpaksa sebut dalam bahasa Indonesia sebab ada orang putih yang sebelum ini mungkin dia paham kalau saya cakap dalam bahasa Inggeris untuk introduction ni ya. So biasanya kalau pensyarah bercakap secara Zoom, tidak ada orang yang sebenarnya memberi perhatian. So itu cukup menyedihkan saya. Sebab kita jemput penceramah dari US, dari Australia, dan mereka nak taburkan pengalaman mereka. Tapi kadang-kadang kita tidak dapat memberi perhatian. Termasuk saya. Kalau saya pun Zoom, saya tutup video saya buat kerja saya sendiri sambil-sambil dengar tu. So termasuk saya tidak salahkan mana-mana pihak, termasuk saya. So with that note, that's why I refuse to do online Zoom session. So I said, no, I'm coming there. So thanks to the program secretary, Miss Marisa. She has been my family friend. She's not a new person for me. She has visited Malaysia. She knows my wife. She knows my children. And I know her husband and so on. So we are good friends. So the main reason I came here is because of Marisa. And this is my second visit to Serambi Mekkah. The first one was 4 years ago. Some of your friends are still here, and yesterday some people came to see me also. Faudi, Faudi, you know Faudi? Yeah, I saw him when he was young, and yesterday he came to see me, and after this I'm going to have coffee with him. So that's how we build our networking and friendship. So I hope I see all of you are young, so next time I want to see you also becoming as one of the speakers. Okay, so I've been in the industry 35 years. 35 tahun ya dalam bidang pengajaran. So jangan main-main. Okay? Student saya sudah jadi pensyarah dan pensyarah punya student pun sudah jadi doktor. Ini Dr. Shanti, ini student saya. Saya bawa dari Malaysia. Dulu student saya, sekarang dah doktor, dah jadi pensyarah. Ada 2-3 orang dari India. I think they are there online. I think Dr. Sharon and Dr. Kartika. Dr. Kartika, 10 years ago, I was the examiner. Then she became a professor and she produced a PhD student, Dr. Sharon. So I was also the examiner. So 35 years is a big experience. So when I say something, I want to see you and tell you right on your face so that you see me, I see you, we understand better. Okay, so actually I prepared a long presentation. But when I came here, I got to know, I forgot that I'm given only 20 minutes. Yeah, Marisa, yeah. 20 minutes. So So I have to jump to slide number 26. Bang, can you move to slide number 26? 26. Yeah, I think 26. Yeah. Satu lagi. Lagi. Next. Okay. So I go direct to my research. This research was done with my master students, a few of my master students. So this is in line with your International Conference on Education, which is digitalization. Okay, so kajian ini I have to thank all my students who contributed. Okay, so this is a scholarly investigation, focuses on AI implementation among instructors in Malaysian public universities. I belong to the public universities, so this research was done with researchers from public universities. 20 years ago, when I was teaching, I told my students, no one can replace a teacher. But now I have to take back my word. With the introduction of AI, tidak perlu ada guru ya sekarang. Even without a teacher, the student can learn. So I'm telling all my students in the university, you better do a good job. If nobody wants to take you or hire you as a teacher. If any teachers here, you should understand. Because AI is very individualized, like what the professor from Australia said just now. AI is extremely excellent. They can tell you anything that you want. It makes your work very easy. So in the university, if you ask me, do I allow my students to use AI? My answer is yes. We should allow the students to use AI because you cannot stop them. So this investigation involves 350 lecturers from the public universities in Malaysia. Just see how they responded on the impacts of pedagogy. Next. Okay. So this one is actually to investigate academic inquiry, focuses on AI integration in Malaysian public universities, interest in understanding dynamics of AI tools among instructors, mixed methods approach. We use mixed method approach. We use qualitative and quantitative. Okay, quantitative is using the what do you call this, questionnaire, and qualitative is interview. Yeah, stratified random sampling ensures diverse representation, aims to uncover challenges and opportunities in AI integration. So this one not only involving the English lecturers, but we took the responses of lecturers from science department, lecturers from mathematics, many other departments, many other faculties. Okay, next. Okay, so review highlights needs for nuanced understanding of AI integration. Malaysian universities progressively adopting AI for education quality enhancement. Study examines AI adoption among 350 instructors via surveys and interviews. Challenges include job displacement. This is the main concern. Job displacement, concerns, and ethical considerations. Aim to construct representative data set via stratified random sampling. Yeah, next. Okay, these are the disciplines of the instructors. We have lecturers from technical and vocational, sports science, mathematics, sciences, arts and computing, language and communication, music and performing, arts, management, and human development. I come from Fakultas Bahasa. Universitas Sultan Idris is the #1 education university in Malaysia. I even invited Marisa to come and do PhD in Malaysia under my supervision. So 4 tahun dulu saya sudah tawarkan diri, tapi masih belum menjawab, masih belum terima sahutan saya. So I hope, but when she came to Malaysia, anak dia 1. Sekarang anak dia sudah 3. So I think your children are all grown up. So now you can come and do your PhD in Malaysia. I can be your supervisor. So bukan saja Marisa, kalau ada bidang lain, bidang bahasa, tadi your rektor 3 ke, rektor 4 ke 3 siapa tu yang lupa nama dia. Isteri dia pun buat PhD di Fakulti Bahasa Moden, Bahasa Arab. Pak siapa nama dia? Yeah, the one sitting next to me just now. His wife is also in my university, in my faculty. So you should come because you have friends. Okay? So this is the breakdown of the lecturers. Next, please. Okay, so this is the number of instructors who have integrated AI tools into their teaching practices in each discipline. Yeah, you see in language and communication, ChatGPT is a very common thing. Language and communication is always ChatGPT. Yeah, music and performing, they have other AI tools. Management and economics, they have predictive analytical tools. Human development, virtual reality, simulations. So you can read all these things. Yeah, I'm not going to read everything in the slides because I will share the slides with Miss Marisa, and if you need my slides, you can take it from her. Okay, so I'm just going to run through because I'm given only 20 minutes. Okay, next. Okay, so this is the breakdown, the number of instructors who have integrated AI tools into their teaching practices in each discipline. Yeah. So language and communication tools, 25. Integrated AI tools, 25. Not integrated, 20. There is a big gap, yeah, in the universities. Lecturers like me, who is already above 50, they don't want to use AI. Tak pandai. Siapa yang sudah umur lebih 50, mungkin you tak suka AI, ya. Sebab susah. Ada yang sudah lebih 50 ni. I think, yeah. Do you like AI? You like? Okay. So we are manusia dua alam. The young generation also we must adopt. The old generation also we must follow. So susah, yeah. So in the universities, public universities, we conducted this research. We can see the one integrating tools is more than those who are not integrating the tools. So untuk saudara-saudari di sini, barangkali after this you have to learn. Even if you do not know how to use, you have to learn to use. Attend as many courses as you can so that you can learn how to use AI tools. Okay. Just one example. Last time when I write a proposal, I need like 3 to 4 days when I write a proposal to other universities. But now with ChatGPT, I can do it within 10 minutes. So which one you want? You want 3 days or 10 minutes? Definitely I want the 10 minutes. But of course you must feed ChatGPT with the right information. Okay, so in Malaysia, if we take public universities, almost 70 to 80% of the lecturers are using AI in their teaching and learning. Next, please. Bapak, next one. No. Okay, so this is also the breakdown, yeah. Next. No, you're going to 37, please, now. No. Jangan undur, ya. Ke depan. Yeah, okay. Sometimes it's very difficult because bahasa Indonesia dengan bahasa Melayu di Malaysia, perkataan yang kita guna tu kadang-kadang banyak beda dia. Ya, bedanya. Kadang saya bila di sini, saya pernah tinggal di Yogyakarta selama 6 bulan. Buat sabbatical saya di ONJ. So bila saya ambil kereta, saya pakai GPS. Dalam GPS tu suara dia berbunyi begini. Dia kata berputar ke kanan. Di Malaysia berputar maksudnya to rotate. Di Malaysia dia kata pusing kanan. Tapi di Indonesia dia kata berputar kanan, putar kiri. Saya pun macam mana mau putar kereta saya. Okay. So anyhow, that's the difference between bahasa. But sebagai seorang linguist, as a linguist, I love all these languages. Whenever I come, when I go back from Indonesia, I learn a new word. Every time I come, I learn a new word. Okay, so today also this morning someone was teaching me the name of that kuih ya. Apa nama kuih itu yang tipan? Dia kata tak boleh selak kulit dia. Dia kena koyak kulit dia dari atas. Ada cara makan dia kan. So siapa mana yang ajar saya tu? Lupa, dia sudah tidak ada di sini ya. Siapa nama dia yang Musli? Okay, alright. Alright. So okay, that is just a selingan, alright. That's why if I come here, bila saya buat lawak, at least I can make you smile. Kalau online, you don't even see my face. Sepatutnya tengok muka saya. Masih handsome lagi. Walaupun sudah mau bercucu ya. Tak lama lagi saya bersara. Jadi sebelum saya bersara, saya nak taburkan ilmu saya pada yang muda-muda ini. Mudah-mudahan bila saya bersara, ada pensyarah baru yang akan muncul dengan kepakaran masing-masing. So the findings of AI tools are integrated across disciplines with varied preferences, including ChatGPT, Grammarly, Turnitin, and predictive analytical tools. Adoption. Not similar, dia cuba pusing. Actually, it's not the kajian, but dia gunakan ChatGPT untuk manipulate the results in favor of the research questions. This one you don't do ya. Kita boleh tipu diri sendiri dengan gunakan ChatGPT, but you cannot cheat God ya. Tak boleh tipu Tuhan. So you have to be sincere. Report what you find, not what you manipulate. Okay? And then number 3, verifying perspectives exists in all on AI efficacy, with it being moderately effective engagement, personalized learning. This is the most important thing, personalized learning. ChatGPT and AI, students love to use because it is personalized. You can use it anytime, anywhere you like, according to your needs. Next, number 38. Approximately, the findings in Malaysia, approximately 78% of the surveyed instructors reported some level of adoption of AI tools in their teaching practices. When I observe teachers in the schools, even the lesson plan, they are not writing anymore. They just go to ChatGPT, they just change. Literature review, they just use another app in artificial intelligence to paraphrase. I say something, you take my literature review, you paraphrase, and then you claim it to be yours. So even similarity index, when you use Turnitin, you can use ChatGPT to actually divert the similarity index. Shanti pandai. Because saya nak publish one book baru-baru ni, so ada ramai yang hantar book chapter, so saya suruh dia check similarity index, ada yang tinggi dia kurangkan. You can manipulate. Sebab if above 30%, publisher they don't want your article. But if you know how to manipulate, dia pandai. Dia boleh ubah daripada 35% similarity index, dia boleh ubah kepada 29. Dia pandai. Okay, so but basically it is unethical. Sebagai seorang pensyarah, I don't encourage that. I don't encourage that. Don't do that. Okay? Never mind, you can teach later, Shanti. Nanti boleh dengar macam mana nak tipu, dia boleh ajar nanti. Nanti dia ada ruang dia nanti, ya. Okay. Buat sangat nak tahu. Memang nak buat ya. Are you a PhD student? Then what are you? Oh, you have your PhD? So when you do your PhD, you ask her how to manipulate. She can teach you. Okay, next slide. Okay, so AI tools in classroom teaching offer transformative opportunities for educational practices and student learning experiences. Advantages of AI include personalized learning, enhanced engagement, and adaptive learning environments. Next. I just skip here and there because I want you to next. Okay, so challenges include this is what are the challenges you face? Include dependency on technology, algorithm barriers, and privacy risks, and also ethical implications. Yeah. So if you depend too much on AI, then what is the role of a lecturer? What is the role of the instructor? What is the role of a teacher? So next time in your school or in your university, if you are inviting a speaker, invite people like me, senior lecturers. Because if you invite a young lecturer, all this information, you can get it from AI. Only people like me, what AI give, I give extra because of my experience. Okay, when you want to learn something, you don't care, young or old. If it is a process of learning, you learn. Okay, even to, what's your name just now? No, this gentleman. Dr. what? Fadli. Fadzli. Okay, even Fadzli is very young, much younger than me. I was sitting with him and talking to him. I learned something from him, which journal for publication and so on, because he is science. And I'm from social science. He is pure science. So I want to know. Those who are in social sciences, it's so difficult to publish articles. Marisa, mana Marisa? I pun dah kecek-kecek dengan dia. I asked her to help me to publish one article in her journal. Belum lagi, ya. Belum ada peluang lagi. Because her journal is like, untuk tahun ini sudah siap, habis, booking. You have to wait for 2025 or 2026 to publish because it's corpus. So for social sciences, it's so difficult. But if like Fadzli, you are into pure sciences, how many Scopus articles do you have? 40. 40. See, give him a clap. Give him a clap because he has 40 Scopus articles. Even I don't have 40. Because it's very difficult for social sciences. Okay, so don't depend so much on AI, because journals also have an instrument to find out whether this is machine produced or human produced. They can also detect, So if you create an article using AI, when you submit to the editor, they will check how genuine your article is first. Okay, so don't depend so much on AI. Yeah, study among instructors in Malaysian public universities highlights varying levels of AI integration. Insights from the study inform targeted efforts to foster widespread adoption of AI tools in teaching methodologies. Responsible and ethical use of AI technologies can enrich teaching practices and empower students in diverse learning environments. Okay, these are the merits. Merits means the good things, the advantages. I'm not going to read everything. You can read later. It's personalized, it's improved learning outcomes, time efficiency, diverse resources and access, inclusive of education. Next. This is the demerits, disadvantages. You depend so much on technology until you come to a stage your students do not want your service anymore. Okay, algorithm bias, concerns arise about fairness in assessment and decision-making process due to biases in AI algorithms. Okay, you know algorithm. In AI, the moment you start to search for something, it automatically will generate and keep you informing that because you search for something. Like yesterday, I was searching about Psycho 5 sports. So this morning, when I opened my Google, there are so many links leading to Seiko 5 watches. How does Google know? Because of this algorithm. So it is not your effort anymore. It's all given by AI. Yeah, privacy and security also at risk. Next time you search for something that is not good, if you are a terrorist, you are looking for something different, then your privacy is at stake. Yesterday, when I landed in Banda Aceh, I was also stopped at your immigration. Probably they see my face. The identity is like a Bangladesh. So they stopped me. They called Marisa. Oh, Rini, where's Rini? Rini came to the airport to pick me from the airport because the officer wanted to see siapa yang undang tetamu ini. So she came and she spoke. Thank you so much. Otherwise, they would have caught me or sent me back to Malaysia. Just imagine a professor, a senior professor like me also, because of this AI, don't know what they detect, they can call the organizers to come and give explanation. Yeah. Next. Okay, so this is also reduce human interaction, ethical issues. Next. I'm finishing. Yeah. These are the challenges. Job insecurity is something that you should take note because very soon, most of the officers, they don't want any clerical stuff anymore because everything can be done by using AI. Okay, this is jobs, data privacy. Next. Over-reliance, ethical dilemmas, professional development, all these are the challenges. Yeah. Next. Okay, AI integration in education, you cannot avoid. My advice to you, AI integration in education, you cannot avoid. By hook or crook, you have to learn and your students will use it and you have to learn to detect. Or you join them. Okay, next. Okay, thank you so much. Any questions? Because I think I finished exactly within 20-25 minutes. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Anything to do with education and AI. Or anyone online, anyone, those who are online.
Ladies and gentlemen, do you have any question to our to Professor Mahendra about AI in education?
Yeah, one. You want the mic? Or you can come here.
Di belakang. Iya, itu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Septia. I'm one of the English lecturer in Universitas Serambi Mekkah, and I'm really interested in what you just explained to us about artificial intelligence and how it affects our life and especially our job as English educators. And I found it very challenging myself that in the future, I cannot imagine how to teach English. Like everything has been taken by technology, and without I'm become like subconsciously I become more like a English motivator myself instead of like teaching because like I think I'm aware that someday I no longer teaching I no longer need it, and I feel that it's not really important anymore. Like there are Google Translate, ChatGPT and everything, and I cannot and I cannot recognize somebody's cognitive skills anymore, their intelligence level anymore, and it's really, I think it's scary sometimes to think about it. Do you have any like suggestion for us for the future of
Yes, yes. Thank you. What did you say your name?
My name?
Hmm.
My name's Septia.
Septia.
Yes.
Did I meet you before this 2019 when I came to Serambi, Mekkah?
I didn't, you didn't see me because I was pregnant at the time, so I took
Okay.
off. Yeah.
How's your baby? Healthy?
Yeah, she's 4 now.
Yeah, should
She's
be.
Yeah. But I think we're connected. I save your number.
Oh, okay.
Because I
You have my number.
Yeah, I know Professor Balakrishnan.
Balakrishnan
Yeah.
from India.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Okay.
All right, thank you. So thank you so much for the question. The question is, she is worried whether the teachers are needed anymore. So what is the role of the teacher? My answer to that question is very simple, because you don't teach them to eat fish anymore. You teach them how to catch fish. You understand? Jangan ajar makan ikan. Ajar mereka bagaimana mau tangkap ikan. So that you play a role. They know how to eat. Okay, they use ChatGPT, they know how to eat. But they do not know how to go in, what to give, what to take. They do not know. So we can play a role there. Because 21st century learning, according to the experts, you don't even need a blackboard in the room anymore. The teachers should be a facilitator. That's 21st century teaching and learning. So we teach them. In order for them to learn from us, we must learn first. They are talking about ChatGPT. Okay, I go and I learn first. So you cannot bullshit to me. You understand? So that's where we can, because we have two things. We have learned ChatGPT and we have teaching experience. You combine both, they cannot win you. You still become the winner. So that's how you overcome this issue. Is that clear? Okay, thank you. All right, I take one more question. Otherwise, I stop here. No more, yeah?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, do you have any other question for Professor Mahendra?
Okay, if there's no other questions, thank you so much. Terima kasih banyak kerana mengundang saya. Terima kasih banyak kerana mendengar ucapan saya, ceramah saya pagi ini. Semoga kalau dipanjangkan umur, kita bertemu lagi ya. Terima kasih, sekian. God bless you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Mahendran, once again for coming a long way from Malaysia to share this important issue with us today. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, because we have limited time, I think we can proceed to the next presenter. So for the next presenter, we have Professor Dr. Haji Didi Suryadi, MAD, from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Hello, Prof. Didi. Hello, Professor Didi. Are you here with us? Okay, it seems like Professor Didi is going to share his presentation, but before we begin, I would like to share a little bit information about Professor Didi. So Professor Didi is a professor in UPI and also an active researcher, and has published over 200 publications in mathematical thinking and mathematical teaching and learning. What's more outstanding is that he is the person who developed didactical design research, or DDR, since 2000, and he has received an award from Kemendikbud for academic leader in education at the national level. He is also the chairman of the board of professor in Indonesian University of Education. Professor Didi will be speaking on epistemic pathway to knowledge generation through didactical design research. Hello, Professor Didi.
Hello, thank you very much.
Am I audible?
Yeah, can you hear my sound?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank to the conference committee for the opportunity given to me to share knowledge today. Distinguished guests, on this occasion, I will briefly explain an epistemic fact of an effort to produce new knowledge through didactical design research, or DDR, with the title Epistemic Pathway to Knowledge Generation through Didactical Design Research. First of all, I would like to explore some inspirations I've got from Einstein's phrases. Humans construct knowledge on the basis of experiences. On the basis of experiences they have undergone. No knowledge can exist without experience. We can understand why Albert Einstein once said, "We must learn from yesterday, live for today, hope for tomorrow." And similarly, the hope and visions for the future are closely related to the past experiences. Lessons and inspiration from the past become the basis for the imagined future hopes. This shows that our current life, including dialectical design, cannot be separated from what we have learned from past experience. The next inspiration is based on a phrase conveyed by Einstein concerning effort to generate new knowledge is never stop asking questions. This highlights that questioning is a fundamental aspect by virtue of its function as a trigger for the formation of new knowledge. Einstein stated education is not concerned with learning existing facts, with exercising thinking. This expression is in line with the idea of the need to shift the meaning of curriculum for just visiting words to a new paradigm more oriented toward questioning the word. Through the second paradigm, the hope is that a culture of constructive thinking can be fostered through learning, such that the world in which human life become a potential means of producing a variety of new knowledge. In addition, so that we always have better hope for the future, the following pair of wisdom from Einstein is crucial for us to ponder over and respond well to. Insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. The classic concept of the didactic that we can find in the history of philosophy, among others, is presented in the educational process elucidated in the Socrates, the debate against his student Plato. According to Plato's confession, his teacher Socrates never did two things in the education process, doing persuasions and not doing debating. In his educational process, Socrates never delivered any subject matter by explaining, but always employ a questioning strategy. When Plato responded to the question, Socrates never debated him, even though the answer provided by Plato may not have been as expected. Socrates achieved this by asking and asking until Plato arrived at the most convincing explanation or justification. Considering this educational process, it is unsurprising that Plato was the first person to put forward the definitions of knowledge as we know it today, namely as justified true belief. Before we talk further about didactic, I need to first convey three basic principles in studying didactic. Firstly, is the anthropological principle. This means that whatever meaning a person has is always influenced by the meaning that develops in the society in which he lives. The second principle is the emancipatory principle. This principle means that to study didactic concept, one must try to empty the mind of the influence of previously formed thought, which had developed for a long time anthropologically. Third is the Humpty Dumpty principle. This means that each term must have its own meaning according to the context and science being studied. Now we will talking regarding the term of didactic. The term didactic first appeared around the middle of the 16th century, proposed by Radke. The initial idea of didactic put forward by Radke was explained by his successor Comenius, 1907. In his famous book, Didactica Magna, or the Great Didactic. This book defined didactic as the art of teaching. Comenius explained that art is closely related to beauty. Therefore, it is a pleasant or influences the impressions of pleasure for those who experience it. Hence, learning as a form of art must be a fun experience for both educators and also learners. The anthropological theory of the didactic developed by Cephalad provide a contemporary definition of didactic. The ATD study defined didactic as the science of knowledge diffusion and acquisitions in society. Didactic as a science implies that knowledge diffusion and acquisitions are related to the conception of knowledge as a partial unit as well as an integral system. Knowledge as a system implies that a unit of knowledge cannot be separated from the study of other knowledge as a discipline or body of knowledge. The first definition of didactic from Comenius emphasizes the diffusion of knowledge that must be sought to create a pleasant, positive impression for educators and students. Meanwhile, the second definition focuses more on the knowledge that must be perceived as a systematic whole as science. Therefore, an additional definition is required to complement these two definitions, one that focuses more on the diffusion and acquisitions aspect of knowledge as knowledge itself. This is necessary because the primary orientation of didactical design research constitutes an effort to produce epistemic didactic design that can minimize the occurrence of ontogenic, didactical, and epistemological learning obstacles. In other words, DDR is an effort to produce didactical design through research in the context of knowledge diffusion and acquisition. Thus, I try to offer the definition as didactic is the epistemology of knowledge diffusion and acquisition in society. The definitions emphasizes two concepts, knowledge diffusion as knowledge and also knowledge acquisition also as knowledge. Now we come to the definitions of we jump to what is didactical design research? As explained earlier, didactic has a comprehensive and deep meaning as art, science, and epistemology concerning the diffusion and acquisitions of knowledge. In addition, based on the inspiration from the educational practices of Socrates, didactic implies an effort to empower learners in generating new knowledge. As a direct result of the notion of didactic, DDR can be defined as a type of design research based on the nature of didactic as art, science, and epistemology in the context of knowledge diffusion and acquisition to empower learners in generating new knowledge as justified through belief. Dialectical design research, or DDR, is based on two paradigms, namely interpretive and critical paradigm, as illustrated here. The interpretive paradigm aims to examine the impact of the existing didactic design on how learners think when acquiring new knowledge. This study will ultimately produce knowledge in the form of learning obstacle. After the interpretive process is performed to identify learning obstacle, these results are then utilized as the basis for developing a new didactic design process. In addition to considering learning obstacle, the design development process must also refer to epistemic theories such as theory of didactical situation from Broso, for example, and other relevant theories because they are related to the characteristic of the designs developed. And then how new knowledge generated through didactical designs research. In the interpretive phase, the research step carried out include the following, namely starting from the study of subject ways of thinking as the impact of didactical designs and learning experience until the research conclusions are conducted, as you can be seen in this illustration for the interpretive paradigm of DDR. And the second thing, in the critical paradigm phase, the research step generally include the following, starting from using the results of interpretive studies in the form of learning obstacle to producing design that have been tested so that research conclusion are obtained. And next, I want to try DDR in relation to technology. Many questions were asked by our students in the UPI, Indonesia University of Education in Bandung, about the possibility of using technology in DDR. The utilizations of technology is undoubtedly developed on the basis of predictive thinking and considerations from the educators themselves. Technology is not a standalone entity. Instead, it functions as a subordinate to educators who can create a more exciting and efficient learning process and allow students to access teaching material without being limited by space and time. Since technology cannot stand alone without design, consideration, and thought from educators or researchers, the idea of didactic tetrahedron, which is considered a development of the didactic triangle, has no theoretical or philosophical justification. The existence of technology in the educational process philosophically functions only as extended cognition, providing opportunities for humans to develop their cognition. Can technology be employed in DDR? Technology can indeed play a role in knowledge diffusion and acquisition. In other words, technology-assisted learning come into existence and function due to the considerations and thought and designs developed by educators or researchers. Hence, the research process in DDR, as described earlier, can be conducted by utilizing technological assistance without changing the theoretical framework of the didactic triangle into a didactic tetrahedron. Finally, I would like to thank all of you for the attention you have given to me. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Didi, for sharing about how new knowledge can be generated through DDR. It is really, really interesting. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, do you have any question or a comment about the presentation of Professor Didi? I would like to invite you, whether you are on Zoom or here in the hall, you may ask a question. All right, Professor Didi, there is one question for you. It's
Thank
about,
you.
can you show us, please, the real example on how to apply this DDR in the classroom, on which material and the new knowledge that can be generated from this DDR? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I can give a very simple questions. For example, when we try to introduce the concept of variable in mathematics, so I'm very sorry, my example in mathematics, because I come from mathematics department. So when we try to introduce the concept of variable, for example, in school book or in the process of teaching and learning at school, so usually you just trying to do this by trying to give kinds of example or also explanations about what the meaning of variable. So variable is blah blah blah. For example, something like that. So to introduce the concept of variable, maybe we need just like 2 or 3 minutes. That's all. But the question is the information given by the teachers really as a knowledge as a justified true belief? So knowledge that's understand by the students and can be explained deeply by the student. I think this is a very simple example, and from these questions, I have experience to my students doing research on this and try to do the different thing, introducing the concept of variable. So I think it is very interesting and not very easy to change the ways of doing introducing the concept of variable. That I think is a very simple question, simple example. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Didi. It is really such a new information for us, including me. Thank you very much. And for the next presenter, we have Associate Professor Dr. Z. Kartikeyan, PhD from National College, Tiruchirappalli, Tamil Nadu, India. All right, Professor Dr. Kartikeyan, are you here with us?
Yeah, I'm very well there, and thank you very much for pronouncing my name
nice.
exactly how it should be pronounced. Thank you so much, ma'am.
You can start your presentation now.
Yeah.
Yeah, the time is yours.
First of all, let me thank the organizing team for giving a wonderful platform for us to share some of the experience we have with our higher education department. My name is Dr. J. Kartikeyan. I'm from Department of English, National College, which is in a place called Tiruchirappalli. Tiruchirappalli is an educational hub in the state of Tamil Nadu, India. I'm so happy to represent my I'm so happy to represent my state as well as my country in this conference, where I'll be sharing you some of the empirical studies that we are in the process of submitting it to the government with reference to digitalization in India, higher education. So it is our active project where almost 86 of the faculty from different parts of the states are involved. And I'm going to share you some of the information that we have collected, how digitalization has given a very big impact in the lives of our students in higher education institute, with reference to arts and science colleges, engineering institutes, as well as some of the technical institutes across the state. For this study, we have chosen around 185 institutes, which includes both government as well as government-funded institutions, as well as some of the private institutions as well. The objective of this study is ultimately to understand what sort of impact just excuse me, I will just share my screen as well. Yeah. Ma'am, can you see my screen?
Yes,
Yeah,
we can.
thank you very much. Right. This project is funded by our governments as well as some of the institutions which are very keen to understand how we are going to help the students in higher education institutes with reference to the institutes which are focusing more on arts and science colleges, engineering institutes, as well as some of the technical institutes as well. So as I told you, we have taken 185 institutes across all the districts of the state. And this team directly involves 17 teachers as well as 86 research associates who are collecting data from different sources across the institutions to understand how our students are benefited from the different digital platforms introduced by government as well as some private organizations in educations, as well as our concern like what sort of impact this digital platforms has given to our students in the past 5 years. Though this is objective of our study, we just want to understand whether can government go ahead in making AI and other recent advancements of technologies in higher education based on the recommendation which will be submitted to the government from our team. So before I move into the nuances of all the studies that we have made, I want to give you a brief understanding about what are the digital initiatives that are taken by Government of India. The Government of India has undertaken several digital initiatives that aimed at transforming various sectors, including education, healthcare, governance, and physical services. Some of the initiatives taken towards education includes Digital India, National Digital Literacy Mission, e-governance initiatives, Pradhan Mantri Gramin Digital Saksha Abhinayan, BharatNet, and National e-Scholarship Portal. These are some of the key initiatives which are taken by Government of India to where they have involved a lot of applications in the form of mobile as well as web resources, ensuring that India people and Indian higher education institutes should get awareness about digitalization in their education as well. So the reason for sharing you this topic today is I understand that we have researchers from across Asia as well as the globe. This will give you a very clear idea like how India is taking measures in digitalization when it comes to education field. And I'm sure that some of the information which I have shared here will be very useful in case if you're going to make a comparative study of what is happening in Indonesia and what is happening in India. So how Indian government is taking initiative, how Indonesian government is taking initiative. Similarly, it can be compared to any countries in the world. And what you see in my screen is the initiatives taken by Government of India with reference to education. The first thing which I want to tell you is about Digital India. So this scheme was launched in 2015. And this scheme was introduced by Government of India to transform India into an empowered society of knowledge and economy. And through this Digital India initiative, various projects and programs were floated across the education departments to promote digital literacy and provide digital services to citizens across the country. For example, right from 2015, most of the students in universities, they are exposed to all kinds of applications which are available in web as well as some of the applications which were available through the mobile apps with reference to education, which includes databases of curriculum, databases of syllabus, accessing databases related to the field of studies, as well as accessing information related to any information related to the institutions or the universities. Everything were made possible in 2015, and government always feel proud that it has taken a very good measures in case of Digital India initiative. The second biggest initiative is National Digital Literacy Mission. This NDLM, we call in short form as NDLM, aims to make at least one person in every house digitally literate. So this NDLM has given a door for the citizens of India to understand more about being literate. And through this scheme, government is very happy that they could give free courses, online courses through reputed central and state universities across India. And through NDLM, different courses were offered, and the government is so happy that millions of students who has no idea about education, school education or higher education, they got the chances to get themselves sound in technical skills as well. So that is one good initiative taken by Government of India, which is called NDLM. The third one is e-governance initiative. This government has implemented several e-governance initiatives such as DigiLockers, where students can keep all their certificates in a digitally protected mode. For example, let's say when a student completes his schooling, so high schools, their mark statements as well as some of their certificates can be stored very safely in DigiLockers. They don't have to carry their original mark sheet or statement. They can just share this e-version of the certificates, which is a proof that it is an original version saved in the form of DigiLockers. Again, they have also insisted on use of e-signs in government offices, as well as there is also e-hospitals where you can literally consult a doctor in higher education institutions as well as research institutes for getting opinions, as well as there is a chance for all the public to go and witness what is happening in the court. It may be High Court or it may be the Supreme Court. Common people also can witness what is happening in the court as well. So e-governance initiative is another success story of Government of India. The next information which I want to tell you is about the Pradhan Mantri Gramin Digital Saksha Abhinaya. Again, this initiative has given lot of trainings to homemakers who are at home, as well as students who are not able to reach to cities and towns for higher education. So this PMG DISHA in short form. This aimed as inculcating technical skills among students in rural sites, so that they can just use their mobile phones to learn a little bit about technology, and they can come to the cities and towns where they can find some technical jobs so appropriate to the to whatever they have studied through online. So this also really is successful, but not so successful as the previous e-governance initiative or National Digital Literacy Mission. But there are some glitches which is found in Pradhan Mantri Gramin Digital Saksha. So that is being resolved by government step by step. The next initiative which is taken by Government of India is BharatNet. So BharatNet is a flagship for Government of India in providing high-speed internet, especially to institutions in villages and small towns. And the government is very happy that it has achieved 72% of its mission in giving free broadband services to nook and corners of in India. So that is the success of BharatNet. Even a government high school, government school in a rural side of India, now they have a connection through this scheme called BharatNet. The last one is about National E-Scholarship Portal, which is called NESP. NESP is exclusively is a platform that will show different scholarship available for students in higher education institute based on different classifications given by government. There are specific schemes for women candidate. There are specific schemes for men candidate. There are specific schemes for students from rural sites, town sites, urban sites. So this is also a very good platform where government can directly give their supporting hands to the students in higher education institute. So I have picturized seven schemes, six schemes which are noteworthy schemes from the government of India as a process of a digital initiative, right? So after government of India has announced this kind of digital initiative, what exactly is very positive in these schemes? Or let us all understand, though it is from government of India, it is always, as a researchers, it's always good for us to understand how a country has taken a digital initiative and what are the very positive impact of these digital initiatives in India. The first thing is the access to information. So as a teacher, as a researcher, I can very proudly say that this access to information has provided Indian college students with unprecedented access to information, with the internet, with the different schemes like BharatNet. Every student in my own institution, I work for a government institution, and I can very proudly say that this initiative by government has given access to my students from 2015 onwards. It's not today; it's from 2015. So access not only to students, access in different forms. Like digital libraries, students can access to educational resources, and they can access to research papers as well, and they can upgrade themselves through online courses, and which are powered by government of India, as well as equally distributed to different states as well. So access of information is happening, and it is very, very positive sign that India is moving towards a knowledge society as well. The next one, collaboration and communication. When we talk about collaboration and communication, what our researchers find is that apart from using social media for a transaction of communication, students have started to use very professional emails for getting in touch with the people across the globe. It may be from the education department or from the research department with the industries. Other than using the social media, the students have grown one step ahead using very professional emails and blogs to communicate with some industries as well as educationals around. And this is a very good sign. And this what we have understood from our research. We have categorized collaboration and communication into 6 different forms. In all the 6 different forms, we found that the results were really very good and very positive as well. Students were very happy that they could communicate with people across the globe in understanding, learning, as well as in collaborating for their future endeavors. And the next one is e-learning platforms, which includes MOOC. In India, the topmost institutions or central universities, as well as institutions of eminence, which are called as IITs, Indian Institute of Technology, National Institute of Technology, and central universities. So when I talk about e-learning platforms, what we got as results from students, from the data that we have collected, students were very happy with the initiatives taken by all these higher education institutes in the form of MOOC, and all the institutions which are government institutions, they give free of cost to students. Different courses, different updated courses are given free of cost to the students. For example, if they want to learn data sciences, they don't have to spend in million.
Excuse me, doctor, you have 1 more minute.
Yeah, ma'am. And government has given it free of cost, and it is easily accessible to all the students in rural mediums as well. For example, let's say my college has 80% of students from rural side, and I can very proudly say that 68% from my own college have completed MOOC course, which are offered by central universities and technical universities, which are given free of cost. as a whole, when we take all the 185 institutions which we are doing research, almost I can say that 61% of the students are enjoying the benefits of e-learning platforms, right? And similarly, there is a lot of flexibility in the time they learn, as well as there is what we notice in our research findings is that there is always a chance for skill development. Various skills were developed by inculcating research, by inculcating technology into their education, as well as when we talk about research, the number of research papers, quality research papers, is also growing in India when it comes to higher education institute. These are very positive, and the very unfortunate things that we have come across, despite the increasing penetration of digital technology in India, there is still a significant digital divide. Not everybody in the rural side are really using it, because when they are in the campus, they have free internet. Though government has given some access to internet in public places, people who falls under socioeconomic classes, and in the rural side, again, there is a glitch, technical glitch of getting connectivity. That is one digital divide that we have found out from the research that we are on the progress, as well as the internet, so-called web is overloaded, and the students find it very difficult to discriminate which is good, which is more useful for them, and whether the information will be useful for them. So they are a little bit confused. So this is one biggest negative aspect that we found in the research. Students are overloaded with information and confused information. And again, when we talk about technology into education, we also found there is more chances of distraction and and the people in the sense, our students also have given the grievance that, sir, and we are getting distracted, and quite often we miss the real study as well. So we got a lot of responses like this, and many students, though government has taken a lot of initiatives, and many students have felt that still we need to equip ourselves with the digital literacy, because they want to know more about the evaluation criteria, which is not so good. Though they are taking classes online, when it comes to the evaluation and equating themselves to their fellow colleagues, they feel that evaluation can be much better in person, much more than what is being in digital version. So that is one concern which they have expressed. Most of them have expressed, and the very big issue is the cyber threat. Cyber security threat. That is a very big issue. Because of too much digital initiatives, there is always a threat for cyber security, as well as there are many ethical concerns. Not young people are very energetic. They want to get themselves exposed. So when they try to get themselves exposed to, actually what happens is that there is a gap in the form of ethics. So I think I have given you just a brief information about our ongoing research that we are working with different higher education institutes in India. Thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity, and I hope I have given you a little bit outline about what are the digital initiatives, what are the advantages and disadvantages. Thank you very much, ma'am, for your time as well. In case if there are any questions on this active research, or if you are interested, we look forward to work with you as well, because we want to make a comparative study how it is happening in your own country as well. So we look forward to work with you. Thank you so much, and have a blessed day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. J. Kartikeyan, for sharing this knowledge with us. It is really interesting to know that how digitalization is applied in India, as well as the positive sides and the unfortunate sides. All right, ladies and gentlemen, do you have any question to Professor Kartikeyan? I would like to invite you on Zoom and in this hall to ask a question. All right, Professor, there is one question. for you. And as you show us earlier, that there are 6 digitalization initiative in India.
Yeah.
And which one has proven to be the most successful?
Yeah. The most, whatever I have shared you in the screen are most successful. There are 86 digital initiatives which are taken by India, and out of these 86 initiatives, 16 are for higher education, and out of the 16 digital initiatives, the 6 which I have shared with you are really very successful, because one initiative talks about different scholarship, one initiative talks about empowering students through online courses. So all the 6 are really good. So that is a concluding statement I have for you. I have just shown only the very positive information for you there. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this important information. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please stay with us because we still have one more presenter. Please welcome Dr. Vianti, our last but not least speaker. Professor Dr. Vianti is from Universitas Lampung, Indonesia. She is an expert in physics and has conducted plenty of research focusing on STEM, e-learning, scientific reasoning, and argumentation in physics. She's also active in carrying out community service projects in her field. And today, she is going to share with us about digital-based science learning, virtual versus hands-on. All right. Hello, Professor Vianti.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. How are you?
Insya Allah sehat. Terdengar suara saya jelas, Ibu?
Yes. Terdengar Ibu ya. Do you want to start your presentation now?
Ya, oke.
Yes, you may start now.
Mohon maaf itu apa namanya PPT saya bisa dibantu di sana.
Okay, please give us a few minutes to share your screen.
Oke.
Okay, it's visible now on the screen. Okay, Dr. Vianti.
Oke, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon all. Thank you to moderator and all the seminar committee for give me to opportunity to present short paper and title digital based learning, science learning virtual versus hands-on. In general, I can say that science learning in digital is involved more than just information transfer. It includes elements such as virtual exploration, digital practicum, and collaborative projects that utilize technology. This approach goes beyond utilizing technological advancement and respond to scientific development, shaping students into more skilled and connected individual in a rapidly evolving digital world. Next. Okay, thank you. Education in digital transformation amidst the turmoil of the technological revolution education is undergoing a profound transformation. Digital advances are opening up new opportunity and redefining learning paradigm. The digital age brings significant consequences, including the way students access, interact, and process information. Next. Okay, thank you. Next. Examining the potential of technology in the context of improving the quality of learning present a dynamic feature of educational transformation. Technology open up opportunity to create learning experience that are more interactive, immersive, and relevant to the needs of modern students by utilizing digital tools, online learning platform, and innovative application. Educators can provide greater access to educational resources, facilitate scientific development, and future demands. As a catalyst for change, technology potential lies not only in its ability to improve teaching effectiveness, but also in the encouragement of student creativity, collaboration, and independence. There is a risk that the use of technology in learning might create a digital divide among students, reinforcing socio-economic division that might hinder effort to achieve inclusive learning. Therefore, in facing this era, it is important for education to continue to adapt and explore the potential of technology in order to maximize its benefit in improving to the quality of learning. Next. Okay. The digital in science learning in this era is faced with great challenge to respond to the rapid advancement of technology in line with the digital transformation that has a wide impact, including in the world of education. A teacher is required to carry out his role professional, combine adequate intelligence and skill. In this context, science learning becomes a critical domain that cannot be ignored by teachers who have the ambition to remain relevant and effective in guiding students. And next. In this modern era, virtual learning has become an integral part of education by offering a number of significant advantages through technology advancement. Virtual learning has changed the way we access, deliver, and receive knowledge. We will explore the various advantages of virtual learning, from the flexibility of time and place to the increased accessibility and variety of learning methods that can be applied. Let's explore more about how virtual learning can be a key pillar in shaping a dynamic and inclusive future of education. Now, kita mengetahui bahwa is a program of implementing classes in a network that is able to reach a wide and massive target group. Simple start that virtual learning is one of the online learning methods conducted through the internet network. In addition to the advance of the paid simulation, salah satu sampel terkait dengan pembelajaran virtual learning yang banyak digunakan oleh guru-guru di lapangan adalah paid simulation. Namun ada beberapa hal mungkin yang bisa digunakan guru-guru lain seperti yang disajikan berikut. Next. Kita mengetahui ada beberapa yang untuk FET sudah saya jelaskan, kemudian kita bisa menuju ke Labster. Labster ini seperti yang kita tahu, as a virtual laboratory experiment simulation platform, you offer a number of significant advances for science learning, including physics by providing access to virtual laboratory experiment that can be accessed online. Labster gives students the ability to conduct experiment without the need for physical equipment in the laboratory. This not only minimize the risk of injury, but also reduce the cost associated with conducting physical experiment in the laboratory. Now, Labster gives a student the freedom to learn and test hypotheses without having to worry about the safety aspect. Next, crocodile physics. Ini salah satu pembelajaran atau moda pembelajaran yang bisa kita manfaatkan sebagai guru untuk memfasilitasi siswa dan mahasiswa kita. This is crocodile physics is the result of the development of the crocodile company in providing laboratory environment for learning physics in secondary education, with include optics, electricity waves, kinetics, energy, and dynamics. In crocodile physics simulation is media based on information and communication technology in the form of virtual laboratory learning software for physics learning. Now, next, Vision juga merupakan salah satu platform yang bisa kita manfaatkan menghadapi atau menjelang terampilnya siswa dan mahasiswa kita menuju keterampilan di abad 21. In Vision in physics simulation, this is application that allows students to create their own physics model and see how objects interact according to the law of physics. Vision is very powerful free. Jadi physics simulation software that can be used to support STEM education. Sekarang sedang tren ya penelitian ke arah STEM education, dan ini bisa difasilitasi oleh aplikasi yang namanya Vision, dan ini benar-benar free untuk siswa dan mahasiswa kita. Vision is not only tool for creating fun physics simulation, but also valuable educational software that can help students understand principle of physics and engineering with its powerful physics engine. Vision provide a realistic environment where students can explore the behavior of physical object and experiment with different scenario vision in the perfect tool for any interest in exploring the fascinating world of physics. Next, satu lagi yang sangat dikenal oleh kita semua yang bisa kita manfaatkan, bagaimana kita bisa memfasilitasi pembelajaran kita agar lebih menarik dan disukai oleh siswa, dan ini dipaksa kita mempelajari karena kondisi kita yang kemarin sempat terkena wabah COVID, dan ini menjadi satu bagian yang memudahkan kita menghantarkan pengetahuan yang awalnya kita merasa khawatir, ternyata tidak dengan moda-moda ini bisa kita manfaatkan semua. Salah satu yang bisa saya tampilkan di sini adalah open source physics. Nah, open source physics provides often including interactive simulation that can be accessed and modified by teacher and students. Open source physics is a project sponsored by the National Science Foundation and Division College whose vision to spread the use of open source for the library that handle most of the heavy lifting for physics. Draw and mapping, differential equation solves, export to keep animation and movie, and so on, as well as compile tools and simulation for physics and other numerical simulation. The OSP collection provides a curriculum resource, the engine student in physics, computing, and computer modeling. And Gizmos ini menjadi bagian terakhir yang menjadi rekomendasi di dalam pembelajaran virtual yang sangat bisa kita manfaatkan untuk membelajarkan siswa-siswi kita, sehingga siswa-siswa maupun mahasiswa tidak menganggap lagi pembelajaran fisika menjadi pembelajaran yang menakutkan gitu ya, dan jarang disenangi oleh siswa-siswi kita. Pada saat kita bisa memanfaatkan semua moda yang ada yang disediakan gratis oleh sistem, kenapa tidak kita memanfaatkannya? Nah, perlu kita ketahui juga ada satu lagi yang namanya Gizmos ya. Gizmos are interactive math and science. Ini kombinasi antara matematika dan science lab, dan juga memuat simulation for experiment with the best time learning. Tools for the classroom with a library for virtual simulation. Gizmos give everyone something to grab, measure, and compare, even predict and probe. That's hundreds of experience where students don't just apply scientists and mathematics. Gizmos injects experimentation and inquiry into every experience with the power to question, series art, and infer student learn to not only the what to visualize and interacts with a real world phenomena, and learn more effectively in inquiry-based manner. Jadi sangat-sangat bermanfaat sekali dalam membantu kita membelajarkan satu fenomena yang didekatkan ke siswa dengan satu aplikasi platform pembelajaran yang benar-benar bisa bermanfaat dan memudahkan kita menghantarkan konsep-konsep yang tadinya abstrak menjadi real di mata siswa-siswa kita. And next, saya juga akan memperlihatkan bagaimana hands-on learning yang coba kita bahas di sini, dan beberapa hands-on learning juga tidak kalah penting di dalam proses pembelajaran kita. Seperti kita ketahui bahwa science learning become more interesting and effective with the application of hands-on learning. This concept is not just a method, but also brings a number of advantages in the learning process. For example, hands-on can increase learning effectiveness, motivate learners, provide fun learning experience, and develop communication skill. In addition, hands-on also encourages independent thinking, decision-making based on direct discovery, and stimulates learners' creativity and perceptual grasp. Integrating hands-on method in science learning bring significant benefits for the development of learners' understanding and skill. Stimulating creativity and enhancing learners' attention span and perception, important aspect of hands-on activity. Hands-on activity are closely related to the development of motor skill when engaged in hands-on activity. Learner not only acquire the theoretical knowledge, but also deep application and experience to form a strong understanding. In this context, hands-on integrates motor skill, concept understanding, knowledge, and attitude formation effective. Generally, hands-on is done through the use of laboratory facility or similar device, creating a learning environment that give a long-lasting impression through its hands-on activity. Learn are able to acquire knowledge directly through personal experience, which in turn strengthens information retention and memorable learning. This concept seperti yang kita ketahui bahwa concept of subject matter should be the personal finding of student through active activity in the teaching and learning process. Hands-on activity learns not only gain direct experience, but also internalize the concept being taught, where then just providing fact and concept. Hands-on activity or stimulate learner curiosity in deeper way. This has a positive impact, inspiring learner to engage in future research to gain observation and experience thoughts the scientific process. And hands-on activity are not only a means of providing concept, but also a key driver in saving learner interest and participation in scientific exploration. Now, next, beberapa yang bisa saya tampilkan terkait hal yang sudah dilakukan oleh beberapa mahasiswa kami, bagaimana bisa mengembangkan hands-on activity, tapi juga berbantuan platform yang ada, yang dikenal dan diketahui oleh mahasiswa maupun siswa-siswi yang ada di sekolah. Yang salah satunya adalah making props. Nah, di sini student have the ability to construct learning aids that can facilitate understanding of the concept of the subject matter being taught. The utilization of teaching aids in the teaching learning process is not only concept an additional feature, but an important component to create an effective teaching learning situation. Teaching not only play a supporting role, but also have a specific role in supporting the entire learning context, objective and content of the lesson. Their function involves creating the teaching learning process and providing assistance to learner in capturing the understanding conveyed by the teacher. The use of teaching aids is prioritized to improve the quality of learning. Next, platform selanjutnya yang bisa kita gunakan dan dimanfaatkan oleh mahasiswa yang sudah dikembangkan, yang sangat membantu sekali dalam proses pembelajaran, yang biasanya dianggap sebagai tempat kita berselancar, mencari informasi yang kadang-kadang mungkin di luar dari dugaan, tapi bisa dimanfaatkan oleh kita untuk menghantarkan pembelajaran fisika, yaitu YouTube platform feature. Nah, di sini bagaimana eksperimen help student to observe physics concept directly, test theory, and develop practical skill. The development of audio-visual based learning media on an adaptive YouTube platform in improving student learning outcome. This learning media uses the YouTube platform with effort and energy material. This learning media can be accessed anywhere and anytime as long as there is an electronic device connected to the internet network and support the YouTube application or website.
Excuse me, Professor, you have 2 more minutes.
Okay, thank you. Overall, the learning outcome of student test in the effectiveness test, as mentioned above, for the audiovisual based learning media on the adaptive YouTube, memang sangat membantu ya, sangat membantu mahasiswa kita bisa menerima pembelajaran dengan baik, konsep tersampaikan dengan benar sesuai dengan apa yang direncanakan, capaian pembelajaran bisa kita peroleh sesuai dengan yang direncanakan oleh kita. Dan beberapa hal memang perlu pilihan oleh pengajar atau dosen atau guru di lapangan sesuai dengan kebutuhan keduanya, virtual lab, virtual learning maupun hands-on learning itu keduanya mempunyai kelebihan dan kekurangan, tapi pada dasarnya sangat bisa membantu kita menghantarkan konsep fisika yang ditakuti oleh siswa-siswa kita di lapangan menjadi hal yang menyenangkan, dan bahkan kita akan ditunggu oleh siswa-siswa kita di setiap pertemuannya. Sebenarnya saya ingin mencontohkan beberapa hal yang sudah dikerjakan, tapi karena waktu mungkin bisa saya akhiri. Terima kasih atas perhatiannya. Saya akhiri. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya serahkan kembali ke moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Vianti. Can we give Professor Dr. Vianti applause? Thank you, Professor, for sharing such an important talk about how virtual learning is really applicable in physics. Yeah, and what I like is that the fact that now there is a virtual laboratory activities, because I never know that it is possible. Sebelumnya saya tidak tahu kalau lab itu bisa dilakukan secara virtual, Profesor. Ternyata now it is possible. So that's the magical thing about technology today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite you to ask a question to Professor Vianti. Any question? Dicha?
I have a question.
Oh, sure, please.
Okay, thank you. My name is Bayu from Jakarta. Actually, I'm very proud of you, Mrs. Associate Professor Dr. Pianti, and very interested with your paper. Yeah, okay. I'm going to ask you that what are the challenges faced implementing digital-based sciences learning using virtual technology compared to the hand methods above, Mrs. Professor? Please, thank you.
Oke, mohon maaf.
Ya, silakan dijawab, Profesor.
Oke, saya kira suara saya hilang. Baik, jadi implementasi ya Pak Bayu ya dari pembelajaran Mohon izin Ibu Moderator, saya menggunakan bahasa. Oke.
Silakan.
Jadi implementasi dari itu ya Pak Bayu ya, pembelajaran
Iya,
virtual.
tantangannya.
Tantangan. Oke. Ini memang menjadi tantangan tersendiri memang bagi kita. Memang kadang-kadang hal yang baru tadi seperti disampaikan moderator aja bisa ya ternyata lab diajarkan dengan virtual, bisa sekali. Cuman sekarang memang tantangan bagi guru adalah bagaimana meningkatkan skillnya, kemampuannya untuk tidak gaptek terhadap teknologi. Sesungguhnya sudah ditampilkan dan tersedia banyak sekali di platform-platform pembelajaran. Kita tinggal bisa memanfaatkan, dan yang pasti Pak Bayu, ada tantangan yang terberat adalah guru-guru kita di lapangan atau bahkan mahasiswa saya sendiri itu manja dalam tanda kutip, tidak mau baca Pak Bayu, jadi maunya disodorkan padahal beberapa hal bisa dia jawab, tetapi pada saat apa ya, kepentok bahasa kita, mereka malah kita sebagai fasilitatornya dimintai terus memberikan keterangan-keterangan, sesungguhnya itu menjadi pembelajaran buat mereka. Jadi kalau mereka mau membaca, intinya apapun kesulitan-kesulitan dalam mengeksplor konsep-konsep itu bisa kita atasi di dalam moda-moda yang ada di platform tersebut. Itu Pak Bayu, secara singkat mungkin gambarannya. Di penelitian-penelitian saya juga banyak sekali hal yang melatar belakangi apa sih tantangan ya, terutama itu kemampuan kita membaca yang literasinya digital yang perlu kita push, kita semangati, kita motivasi sehingga mereka mau mengeksplor diri untuk merubah menjadi yang tadinya tidak bisa menjadi bisa, yang tadinya tidak terpahami ada virtual lab yang bisa menghantarkan konsep-konsep yang tidak jelas menjadi lebih jelas. Insya Allah seperti itu Pak Bayu. Terima kasih Pak Bayu.
Siap, terima kasih banyak. Termasuk fasilitas barangkali tools-tools seperti internet harus ada seperti itu ya Bu, menjadi fasilitas. Oke.
Betul ya. Oke, terima kasih.
Thank you.
Baik, terima kasih kepada Pak Bayu atas pertanyaannya, and thank you to Professor Dr. Vianti for the answer. Is there any other question? Maybe we can accept one more question. All right, I think that's the end of the presentation. Thank you very much. Once again, Professor Vianti sudah berada di sini membagikan new knowledge ya with us, dan aplikasi-aplikasi tadi itu menarik sekali ya yang dibagikan. Mudah-mudahan bermanfaat untuk semuanya ya. Baik, all right, ladies and gentlemen, so the presentation of Professor Dr. Vianti concludes our panel session today. I would like to thank once again our keynote speakers from 5 different countries who have joined our conference today, and thanks for their time, their knowledge, and their insights. We really appreciate them. And we would also like to thank the presenters and participants who are here with us today. We hope that you enjoy the discussion and gain a lot of knowledge, as well as take-home messages from our keynote speaker. All right, thank you very much, and we look forward to see you again in the next International Conference on Education of FKIP USM. Thank you, and we wish you Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A little bit information for the presenters. Bagi para presenter yang nanti akan mempresentasikan papernya di parallel session, we hope that you can stand by on Zoom 15 minutes before the parallel session start. Thank you.
Nih, habis.
Oh iya.
Sorry,